The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited.
Shalom, brothers and
The
sisters.
East is where we're from.
Come on in, hit the like button.
The 12
All
tribes
right.
of Israel.
Tonight will be a,
721
I would say,
BC.
it will be a very important
The
broadcast.
Assyrian king, he
Come
took
on.
us down, we fell. With a great escape, we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went.
Shalom.
The 12
like button, come
tribes
on.
of Israel. That's who we be, Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans. Our highest gathering is Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us
At gunpoint.
together our wives and children then sold us.
Shalom, brothers and sisters.
In the belly of these great ships we
Please hit the like
traveled
button for us.
in. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. A high gatherers in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. A highest gathering in Israel. Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians. The highest gathering in Israel. Asher in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. That's who we be, Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians,
How y'all doing?
Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans. Our highest gathering is Israel.
Shalom, brothers and sisters. I'm Elder Ricard Shiar here with our weekly podcast. Yes, the weekly blog talk show that turned into a YouTube mainstay. This particular broadcast actually was really spearheaded years ago on a small little thing called Justin TV. I don't know if y'all remember that. Way back when streaming, before even YouTube had streaming. And then I started doing, through the Spirit of the Most High, we began to do Skype classes. This is before Skype became what it is today, brought out by by the big conglomerates. When you used to be able to bring 40, 50, 100 people on Skype to talk without it dropping. Way back 2008, 2009, when YouTube would only allow people to actually upload 10-minute videos. This started way back just in TV. Then it went international when we began to travel overseas, go into different parts of the Middle East, Europe, different parts of Asia Minor, even Greek islands, and hey, you name it. And then eventually the mainstay that really catapulted this ministry, I believe, on an international level, is when Peace FM began. Okay, it was once, we were known all throughout the earth for, a good moment, but I believe that things really begin to spike when it comes to the understanding of what's being taught here. When I was invited on a Wednesday broadcast by Gaja, and he was an atheist, didn't believe anything at all, and invited us on, and there were so many questions, okay? And not only that, not just questions once I came on. It was like a love-hate nuance, where even the enemies, those who hated us, be it Muslim, conscious community, no matter who they came from, whether or not they dealt with the Judaism, everyone had their ears peeled to that particular station at 11 p.m. UK time. If you were here in America and those that were listening to it online, they would miss sleep to hear that broadcast on Peace FM. It was a love-hate relationship because most people were calling in to prove the knowledge wrong. Haters. I would leave the broadcast 5 a.m, only to see yellow cabs lined outside waiting to see who's this guy. They're totally eradicating the Islamic belief. Who's this guy telling people that Muhammad isn't the prophet that was sent, that Christ was? It would, brothers and sisters, yellow cabs was waiting outside to see who's this black guy from the United States, bringing the truth concerning Islam. Islam was only a Trojan horse to come into our neighborhoods and circumvent us. It was only a Trojan horse coming in the name of Allah, but you're taking up all the territory, all the property. Okay? You're getting access to our women. All of that. We knew what you were doing. Setting up stores, setting up merchandise. And I started exposing that, not because it wasn't just happening over in America, like I was witnessing in North Philadelphia. It was also happening live in the UK. That they were using these religions as Trojan horses to get us to let our guards down, to totally infiltrate and what? You got it. Regentrify us, to move us out of the way by first circumventing us, coming in the name of, I come in the name of peace. Okay? Oh yeah, we believe in God too. It's still the same God. It's still the same God, but Islam is a little different. It's a way of life. Why don't you come and pray in my particular mosque, and we'll actually give you a position over the rest of the servants in this neighborhood. Let me tell you, that's when it began to spring out throughout the earth. And then guess what? People in the South America started to recognize. I'm not just talking about regular people. I'm talking about people in high positions. People of the synagogue of Satan was actually telling others in Colombia. Yeah, we know of Elder Ricard Shiar from the Gathered of Christ Church. He was online with one of our rabbis, and we're waiting for him to come to Israel. No, thank you. Okay? No, thank you. Okay, we'll go into Israel if it be the Most High's will when our Messiah returns. And folks, This ministry, through the Spirit of the Almighty, have been spread throughout the four corners of the earth to help do what? To help get to that number if we haven't surpassed that number already. This coming Sunday, last Sunday, brothers and sisters, I actually went to the lessons, the judgment of the nations, and they know that their judgment will soon come. I also went into the book of Revelation, breaking down the four horsemen of the apocalypse, how the angels, the four angels who protect us, will allow all this to cut loose, to destroy those who are without faith in this earth while the righteous be preserved. Folks, we are very close. We are very close, and I thank the Most High for this ministry. I thank him for what happened with Peace FM, which spearheaded this on Wednesday night to everything you see today. The truth of the light shining through darkness is what this church has become. And guess what? Can I take credit for this? Absolutely not. I'm only a servant. Christ began this work. The only thing I can take credit for, I picked up the plow and never put it down. Even in the face of adversity or doubt, there was never any question in my mind. Even when I was in sin, there was never a question in my mind whether or not what the Most High was revealing was the truth. I never questioned us being Israelites according to the Bible. I never questioned the gospel and Christ dying on the crucifix for the blood of our nation, giving me an opportunity while in sin to still serve him. And I've always stayed grateful for that. I've always stayed what? Grateful. And what? A staunch defender of the faith. A staunch defender of the faith. And like I said, hey, when people try to say, oh, he's not perfect, he's this, he's that, you know what? I embrace all that. You know why? Because if I'm not all that, which I'm not, all glory goes to the Savior who forgiven my sins and allowed me to work in his ministry. So I celebrate even the faults so that no one can say this is Ricard Shiar. The only credit I get for anything in this work is that I've continued in it. Even with my flaws. But honestly, I know that if I continue and endure to the end throughout all adversity, my Christ, my God, Ahia, says what? I'll win. That we'll win. And somebody have to run the race. Someone have to take all the shots. Someone have to just take it all and to show, listen, throughout all adversity. Real faith comes in one who stands through it. And this is why I celebrate this particular broadcast tonight. All day in my mind, I've been thinking about this. Even while I'm conversing with brethren, talking, the Most High is just giving me information to go into. And then what I do, I set up my little station here. I call the lawyer and say, Elder Lawyer, I need this, I need that, I need this, I need that. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Love will wax cold is the topic this evening. Love will wax cold is the topic. Folks, let me tell you, from the time we started on the streets in 2008, 2009, and we will be on the streets this weekend, right there, right across from the post office there, we'll be there. Let me tell you, ever since this started, folks, and we said what? The Most High says we must flee Babylon. We must go throughout the earth. Guess what? Through all adversity, everyone thought we were crazy. if you go out there, this is going to happen to you. If you go there, you're not going to make it. Do you know what happens over other countries? You can be kidnapped. You can be this. You can be that. Debbie Downers, people without faith all over the earth who have no faith to step out with the Most High with nothing, thought it couldn't get done. Or they were wishing our downfall, praying for failure. Let me tell you how it would work though. When you step out in total faith and only can depend on the Most High, you learn a faith that you didn't know existed, depending on what? The God of this world. It's a transition you must go through. Because sometimes you wake up with nothing to do at all, and it makes you feel almost worthless, like I should be doing something. Because what? We were used to slave routines. We weren't used to just having time to think like those who control us. See, the greatest power when it comes to strategy is one who have leisure to strategize. So we would think that, hold up, am I being lazy? Am I doing enough? I should be working. You know why you thought that way? Because that's the mentality of a servant. If you're not serving and making someone something, you feel useless, which is part of our programming. But it gave us time, leisure, some time to think without any commitments or what? A commitment to someone who can control our time. And it gave us time to study, time to connect with the Most High. And what I've learned in connection with the brothers that I've traveled throughout the earth with, a bond was sealed amongst those brethren that could not have been sealed otherwise without that experience. They had to know what it is to go through airports and all of that, where the TSA and others over in other countries are saying, we don't know why we're letting you go, but go ahead and walk free. They had to witness the Arab Spring in the Middle East to see that everything I told them to prepare when it came to food and all those things, how they can have food and everything while the whole country's going crazy, while they're cooking barbecue. And I'm talking to them over the phone and they telling me, Elder, it's fine. REI is on the balcony spicing up the chicken right now, and you said to preserve that the stuff you told us to prepare for is what we're eating while the whole country is in uproar. They had to see that. They had to see real time something, them being warned ahead of time, and how preparation would preserve them through that. With no help, no family to call because they were in another country. See? No family to call, no one to lean on, no one else's couch to crash on, because now you're in another country, you on your own, with another language, and the Most High preserved us dependent on one another, building faith. The faith that will carry us not just in other countries, but back to America and beyond. A faith that comes with what? Not being dependent on our slave mentality. So people think we're crazy. How can you walk through this earth without a boss? Without someone in position that you are accountable to? Whose slave? Here's a better question. Who's your master? Who's your master? It wasn't until we traveled the whole world teaching the gospel, upholding this word, that we realized that the majority of the earth are slaves. And when Christ said, you shall know the truth and the truth shall make you free, most people defend this world in a lack of faith. Why? Because they don't want freedom. They are afraid of the unknown. They are afraid of what happens if they're catapulted out of their comfort zone. Well, guess what? You would rather catapult yourself in the spirit of faith to understand it works before the world spit you out without a live rehearsal. Either you exercise faith in advance, but either way, everyone in this earth is going to have to exercise it. You're going to have to know what it is to be without a job, nothing to do, no one to depend on, and still have purpose. Without purpose, what is life? Purpose isn't your job. Purpose isn't your degrees. It isn't the university you went to or the school you went to. All of that is coming down. And I'm going to tell you right now, the homeless people that are out on the streets has more. Listen to what I'm saying. They have more when it comes to being able to operate in a world that has collapsed than those who think they have their life together. And I'm going to tell you, when they crumble this, and they're going to do it, a lot of the homeless people are going to become the leaders. Because they've been operating on faith with no need of this world for a long time. And I'm not talking about the people that are strung out on drugs and all that. I'm going to tell you, this thing is going to be PhDs, people with high degrees and used to be billionaires, trying to find a homeless person who can take them from one city to the next underground for safety. Because they are used to traveling throughout this earth without using what? Commute, bridges, cars. Listen to what I'm telling you, folks. Faith. And it leads me to this lesson today. I thank the Most High for the opportunity another day to bring forth his word. I'm humble. I'm humbled to continue in this. And one thing above all, I'm happy about. Yes, young man, I need some of that water. Somebody give me some. I appreciate you. One thing that I appreciate out of all of this, some water with a little ice. I really appreciate it, sir. Is that I have developed, the Most High have brought forth in my life friends that I would have never met otherwise. Friends. Only thing I did was me and Elder Zai. Zai is over there in Europe right now. We just went out, and one day Zai said, Ricard, I know you want to give up. I know you want to stop and all that. But he says, I'm going to tell you, Ricard, a lot of what the Most High have you seeing, most people aren't seeing. He says, I've been around you. He said it just like this. This is what I said. You might think it's second nature how you see things and are able to convey it to others. You may think that it's normal, but I'm telling you, the Most High wants you to speak. Because some people are too busy to tie loose ends together and connect the dots. He said it just like that. He said our people are bogged down in poverty, bills, and everything else. And guess what? They can't tie two and two together. He says, Ricard, if you don't go out and teach, if you don't do what the Most High have in you, the Most High is going to destroy you anyway. He says, you got to teach. Folks, 2009, even before that, brothers and sisters, I was about to walk away. Even Zai even said, listen, Elder, I'll go to another country and I'll be somewhere else because I'm tired of fighting my own people. He says, I don't know how you do it. How can you love people and teach people, and these are the same people that'll come against you? He says, I'd rather back out of it and wait for Christ to come back. I said, Zai. He says, Ricard, you got to do it. Go teach, man. He said, if you want to, as long as I'm in the United States, I'll open up my Bible and I'll read it. And all you have to do is I'll just read what you tell me to read and won't do anything. And I want you to see the work of the Most High. I want you to see what the Most High can do in you if you don't stop, if you don't give up. He says, come on, man. Go out and teach. If somebody come against you, it doesn't matter. I'll be here behind you. Let me tell you, he had tears in his eyes looking at me and say, Ricard, you got to teach, man. I said, okay. I'll teach. And out of that came friends. Out of that came faith that I didn't know existed. Who's going to give you advice for you that they benefit from, that without benefiting once from it? They're giving you advice for you without any angle, without any benefit, strictly based on the fact that they love you. And he says, what you gonna do, Ricard? What you gonna be, an insurance agent? That's what you're gonna be. And guess what? Boom. We went throughout the earth. We started debating rabbis, Christians, Muslims on the street in the UK. And guess what? I found friends. Let's talk about it, Elder Lawyer. Before I go into it, speaking of friends, Elder Yarack has these shirts. He has a new Instagram, Elder Yarack. And Brother Malak and Yashar came, and I had to take pictures eventually of these shirts. Lion bread, Christ led. Lion bread. Lion bread, Christ led. And you're going to be hearing a lot about that particular brand that Elder Yarack came with. He has an Instagram page. They went working out today. And these brothers, they say, listen, Ricard, Elder, hey, outright, to know that you have brethren that will put their life, will actually put their lives in front of you to protect you, is humbling in of itself. But I digress. I'm going to talk about a few things. I'll bring you in, Malak, in a moment. Throughout the four corners of the earth, Elder Lawyer, thank you, young man. I'd like to say thank you, a friend. Elder Lawyer, your microphone.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All praises.
Let's talk about it, Elder Lawyer. People thought we were crazy. You had even people from other groups and churches. They're going to go out there. Something going to happen to them. This, that, and the other. And let me break it down real quick. Let's talk about it. I titled this, Elder Lawyer, Love Will Wax Cold. And the reason why I titled that is because we're living in a time where the true understanding of love, family, and the purpose which comes with that has been incrementally in this world eroded. And I wanted to talk about that because I want to bring it back to the beginning. And I'm going to break it down. Stay with me, brothers and sisters, because I'm going to bring it around full circle from what I discussed when I went on my little, I would say, my little soliloquy. Love will wax cold. And it's talking about, and Christ said this, Elder Lawyer, when it comes to family, friends,
Right.
relationships in general. Because a lot of people, we need to go back to what was the purpose in the beginning for family, right? The family model is really the model for the first business, right? It's really the first model for the business where the man would have to what? Till the ground. He becomes the worker. Well, it's hard to till the ground if you don't have employees or workers. The wife is to help meet him till the ground. And as they what? As they grow their family, children, they now have workers, or what the world would call today employees. But instead of them being employees, which is really a form of servitude, the children have a vested interest in the work started by their father and mother. Because why? It's the work that they would inherit after the death of their father and mother. And what? The legacy continues. Right? So family, the model of family is the first business. And it's ridiculous how we work backwards in this world, where they'll have to tell you, yeah, in order for you to understand business, you have to go to college and go to school and take up business. You know why we have to do that? Because they have detached us to the importance of family and how that's really business in of itself.
Right.
Right? You get a sick child who's working on the farm, and what? You'll produce less. So the investment is to make sure your child is nourished, eat right, understand the lay of the ground, understand how the business works. So now, here you're getting in front of your child with what they would call health insurance by making sure they eat healthy. Preventive care. Right? And also, it goes down to, and I'm going to show you where we're going. The bigger the family, the more work is accomplished. Right? The greater work that is accomplished and finances or wealth accumulated, it develops money. The Bible tells us money is a defense. So now you have a quasi, in your extension from your family as a community, you have a quasi defense. Why? With that defense, you've worked so hard now to protect your family and everything you built. Now comes a purpose. I must protect this at all cost. And by default, that community becomes what? A stand-in defense so that the work can continue. But what happens if we live in a society which begins to do what? Devalue family. And to make you believe that to get a business is more important than keeping family. If that's not working backward. And then the extension of the family is others are benefiting from this, right? And from benefiting from this, they grow what? They become almost brethren by default. Like you and I, Elder Lawyer, like the brothers and sisters who have developed in this church, even though we're not blood, it seems as if we're closer than blood.
That's right.
And then I have to look at it with with the families of the world who've chosen a different God. We need to examine even people in our family who have chosen another God. They're more fearful. They're scared. They have no faith. They have no direction. And still, they have no family as it was intended. I'm going into here today, Elder Lawyer, We're going to go through, we're going to open up the phones because we have to talk about this. We're living in a time where the love of many shall wax cold. And it's upon us to appreciate when we are receiving love, grace, forgiveness, we are to appreciate it because what? This world each day is growing more and more unforgiving and hateful. Elder Lawyer, let's get Matthew 10 and 34.
Yes, sir.
Please do us a favor. Y'all doing a great job, but I appreciate it if I can get just give me 200 more likes real quick. We're down on likes if y'all can help us out. We're going in. There's a few things I want to show tonight, but we are going in tonight. We are going in. Let me tell you, Elder Lawyer. Matter of fact, I don't want to throw this off real quick because I have bullet points here. So one moment. Let me remind myself to go into how scared family are right now. The majority of people out there without faith are scared. They don't want to tell you. And they're wondering, why aren't we scared? Why aren't we operating a certain type of way why aren't we doing what they're doing under the circumstances of chaos, colds, flus, and anything else? Why? And this is why I started off full circle with the ministry in of itself. It started off with faith, stepping out against all odds when the whole world thought, Elder Lawyer, we were crazy.
Mm.
And when we came back around after the Most High built the church and grew this organically into something that started with strictly by faith, by doing what the Most High said. When we came back years later, people were doing the same thing they was doing 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
With no
Right.
advancement, without advancing one day beyond that point. Without advancing one day beyond the time we left them. This is not to shame them. This is so that the Most High can show us something. How long have we kept ourselves in the box, believing that we were advancing strictly because of a paycheck? They'll only pay you enough to be dependent on the job. And that's okay. Because sometimes that's enough if you have family. Because if you have family, a family have a plan where your salary, the father's salary, the child's salary becomes one. So that y'all can operate together one day and bring generational wealth and tell Massa bye-bye. But if your salary is separate than his salary, and his salary is separate than your daughter's salary, guess what? Perpetual slavery. Corporate slavery forever. An employee will be a fool to pay, an employer would be a fool to pay an employee enough to leave. He will be a fool. But I'm not just talking about the financial aspect. Let me tell you, I came back to North Philadelphia. And I seen brothers that I played basketball with, football with, went to school with. Okay, North Philadelphia, on a stoop, shooting dice on a corner with. And guess what, Elder Lawyer? I can drive right now, and those same guys, upward in their 50s and 60s, are on the same corner.
Mm.
Not only that, Elder Lawyer, not only can I tell you they're on the same corner, I can illustrate right now exactly where they sit when they come out to sit one amongst another. They sit in the same place they were. I can go there when they're not there and show you whose seat belongs to who. And you better not sit in their seat.
Wow.
I'm going to tell you right now, I can tell you, okay, that's Tone's seat right there. Okay. When Lil Joe came, may the Lord bless his soul, I remember he used to sit on a stoop, the top stoop on the left-hand side. And when I came and I drove in after years, it was like, June, man, we heard you was all around the world. Where you been? I mean, can I get $3? Sure, man, you can get some money. Yeah, and take $50. I don't care about no money. How are you doing? How your mother doing? How your family's doing? You know something is coming, right? We know, man, but you know things. It's as if they're in. It's as if, brothers and sisters, there's an invisible prison that no one can see, but it is. There's darkness that's keeping them from seeing the light. And you know what? And I spoke to Zai a couple of weeks ago, and I said, Zai, doesn't matter what goes down, no matter what you think, brother, I'll always have a place for you. Because that conversation changed the trajectory of my life. When I thought that when all was against me, when I thought that I was about to give up, it was your voice who said, continue. And when I look back and go back to North Philly and see these same guys sitting in the same stoop, I thank the Most High for that conversation. Because I was this close away from just what? I had all my licenses, going into another state with my insurance licenses and opening up an insurance firm. That's what I was thinking. Going into another state, starting over my life, and opening up an insurance firm. Accident, health, life, and annuities. I was convinced, Elder Lawyer, that night, before I spoke to the Zai, that was going to be my next direction. And guess what? I would have succeeded there. Definitely. I would have succeeded in that because I had the whole plan in my mind. Going into another state with my licenses, take the test there and transition my licenses and open up an insurance firm. That was the plan. And the next morning, he's sitting there with his eyes bloodshot red, almost crying, saying, you can't go. You gotta do what the Most High called you to do. And when we come back around full circle, Elder Lawyer, and I see those people that were in those stoops and in those certain places, I'm grateful, I'm humbled. And I say, you know what? I'm starting to understand on another level what this faith is all about. Faith is stepping out there. But above all, brothers and sisters, listen to me clearly. Faith starts with listening. Faith starts with listening and doing something outside of your comfort zone. That's what faith starts with. Because that's the only way you'll know it works. But everyone likes to stay comfortable. Everyone wants a comfy seat. But you can't get the kingdom that way. You have to step out like Peter did on the water and was walking on water until he realized that people aren't supposed to be able to do this. He was fine until he started dealing with the laws of this world. And then he started sinking and started sinking. Folks, Elder Lawyer, let me tell you, 3 people in a room, as small as this, my hand is this big. And guess what? I am not lying. I'm telling you the truth. The room was about this big, going back to where that wall is. 2 bedrooms on 1 apartment overseas. 3 people. 3 was crammed into that small room. Lawyer's brother, and my son Azel. Never complained one day. They made a comfortable place for themselves and slept there and had 3 square meals a day. And sometimes we shared the same tea bags. All of us, our families. Listen to what I'm saying. And guess what? There was never any panic. And guess what? We found happiness by studying the word and being amongst each other and encouraging one another in a far away land with no family, no physical family in sight. And one day, while we're in England, we went to England and came to lawyer and say, lawyer, everything that I've taught you, I'm putting in the lessons. We're not going to make books. I was going to do books so that we can survive while we were out there. I was going to do each lesson in the academy was supposed to be a book. I said, elder lawyer, go into your book. Every lesson that I've titled, that I've ever taught you, I need you to now put it into, that's right, a program. And here's the title of the lessons based on the precepts I've taught you. We're going to do an academy. Elder lawyer had glasses at the time. His eyes are better now. And he stayed up all night just typing in each lesson and titling it. We proofed it, put it in the PDFs, and the academy started off with like 30 people. I said, no, I'm not going to be like T.D. Jakes and others who will write a book and tell people to buy my book. So suppose they have questions. Suppose they disagree with the book. I'm like, nah, we're going to teach the lessons because we need the lessons to organically grow as the knowledge increases. So I don't have to do another volume and another volume and another volume. Why don't I teach the books? We teach the books as the knowledge grows. Not me just giving you a book, taking the $100 from you saying, okay, thank you. I'll see you with the next edition. How many teachers will write the book, then teach it, write the exegesis on how things are broken down, and then be there every Sunday to teach it to you? Elder Lawyer, let's go to fishers of men.
Yes, sir. Do you still want foes?
Yeah, let's get that. Matthew 10 and 34. Let's get it.
Yes, sir. Matthew 10, verse number 34. Think not that I'm come to send peace on earth. I came not to send peace, but a sword.
Come on.
For I am come to set a man at variance against his father, and the daughter against her mother, and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. And a man's foes shall be they of his own household.
And the man foes shall be they of his own household. Now, what do Christ means that he come to set people at variance one against another? Is he causing battles amongst people's homes? No, that's not what he's saying. When someone gets the truth, you're pulled out of the matrix. Because none of us realized how intertwined we were in it until the truth came. And now that Christ have raised you to a degree to understand that this isn't good enough. The world that most are satisfied with, all those you love will make you their enemy. Knowingly or unknowingly. Sometimes it isn't intentional. They want the person they grew up with. They don't want this new person they can't recognize. That new person is Christ. You're speaking different and went to the same school. You're acting different and they slept right next to you. They don't know you. There's something else working in your members. It's the Holy Spirit speaking through you. You no longer enjoy the same things that you used to enjoy amongst them. They don't even know how to interact with you anymore with this new religion. That's what they're thinking. And are we not good enough? I grew up with you. Are we not good enough anymore? Or you think you're better than me? These are all the things Satan has placed in their minds. And the only thing you're trying to do is serve the living God and be a better person. But that's not good enough. It isn't good enough. You can have good intentions and someone is sitting there looking at you with vitriol. Only because you're trying to do what's right. So that's the variance. That's the separation that the Most High said must happen. It must happen. That's that variance. That's that love-hate thing I was saying earlier. Read on.
Verse number 37. He that loveth father or mother more than me is not worthy of me.
If you love father and mother more than Christ, you're not worthy of it, because Christ is coming to deliver you. And now, here comes the choice. Choose the world and stay in darkness. Or choose the light to see the world for what it really is. See? So that now, at this point, they're going to start looking at you to try to find fault in you. They of your own household, they're going to be looking at you. They'll act as if they're totally ignoring this walk, this newfound walk. But they're watching everything you're watching. They're watching you closely just to see you fall, to blame what you're learning. Just to blame what you're learning. Oh, that's what they're teaching. Hold up. You never held a Christian to the Christian values you claim to uphold. How many people sit back and look at a Christian and say, what type of Christian is you? But they'll do that once you know you're Israel. Oh, that's what they're teaching over there? For you, they're waiting for you to do something wrong so they can blame what you've learned, opposed to your personal actions. See? Why? There's a light, dark wall there. Light, you've crossed over to the light and you're battling with darkness. Only thing they can see is negative concerning you. Darkness. Who she think he is? Everything they see is negative. And here it is, you in the light thinking, well, you're thinking to the contrary. Don't even know they're looking at you like that. You're looking at them like, here's the light. Why don't you come over with me? It's fun over here. The truth. We see everything. We can get the kingdom. You are encouraging them to step in the light. And they are discouraging you to drag you into their darkness. Now, I'm not saying anything that everyone in this truth. There's not one person who came to this truth that hasn't experienced what I'm talking about, including myself. I'm speaking from what? Personal experience right now. And it's everything that Christ said those in the truth, those who had the truth or found the truth would experience. Finish reading, Elder Lawyer. Come on, let's get it.
Yes, sir. Verse number 37. He that loveth father or mother more than me is not worthy of me, and he that loveth son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me.
Now, this is what Christ is saying to us. If anyone choose the media and what they're saying, the political agendas, I don't care what their bloodline is. Who is actually following the signal from heaven? Well, blood is thicker than water, elder lawyer. Well, what blood is thicker than Christ? Christ is blood. There's no blood thicker than Christ's blood that was shed on the crucifix for the sins of this nation. And Christ is saying what? Make a choice. Because the majority of those that are in this world and are programmed under the matrix, brothers and sisters, these people are scared. I don't care what type of front they put out there. They are petrified. They don't know which way this thing is going in the world right now. And the last thing you want to do is when someone is there drowning, trying to drown, you go out in the water to try to have them, bring themselves together. Because no, what you'll become is a raft. They will drown you to live. No, what you do is you get a raft with a rope and you throw it and say, hold on, I'm going to throw you a real raft. That's the truth. And I'll pull you into the light. But Hades, if you're using me for a raft, these people are petrified. They're getting stuff they shouldn't get. They're getting other people sick, and they're saying, well, I don't know what to do because this is what they told me to do. And if you have to die with me trying to save myself, so be it. Oh, I'm ready to rip it up, huh? In the water phone. Okay, I got you. Read that again, elder lawyer.
Yes, sir. Matthew 10:37. He that loveth father or mother more than me is not worthy of me, and he that loveth son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me.
Period. And sometimes, folks, with this truth comes hard decisions and hard conversation. I mean, I'm having conversation even with family. And I'm like, why would you do certain things? And looked me right in the eye and told me, I'm scared. But I've given you the direction to exercise faith, so there'll be no need for you to be afraid. It seems the more people listen to the signal of what's going on out here, the more afraid they become. There still isn't any security. But then I'm like, okay, it's not up for them to make a choice if they're going to continue to make choices in fear. It's time for me to make a choice. This has nothing to do with them. This has something to do with whether or not I'm going down with them. Some hard decisions. Elder Lloyd, let's get Matthew 12 and 46.
St. Matthew 12, verse 46. Who, when he has found one good pearl of great price, Salakia, that's 13, let me get 12. St. Matthew 12, verse number 46. While he yet talked to the people, behold, his mother and his brethren stood without, desiring to speak with him. Then one said unto him, behold.
In a nutshell, I can say this. People don't know that a lot of the choices they're being programmed to make are actually harming those that they are walking around. But in their mind, they're just doing what they need to do to keep themselves safe. And are being totally quiet about their choices, not realizing they're harming other people silently. That's the most I can say. I could drop more on Patreon. But you have a lot of people out here who are just scared. Why? Because when the truth came well before 2019, they didn't walk in it and haven't developed enough faith to realize that this whole thing and everything they're saying in this world right now is a lie. Because they chose darkness over light. They're trying to find their way through dense darkness, listening to who? The Prince of Darkness. That's the most I can say until this coming Friday on Patreon, okay? But on Patreon, we will be going into the second part, the dark secrets of the music industry, part 2 of The Lawyer. We'll be doing this Patreon, all right?
Yes, sir.
Let's finish reading of The Lawyer.
Yep, this is Matthew 12:46. While he yet talked to the people, behold, his mother and his brethren stood without, desiring to speak with him. Then one said unto him, Behold, thy mother and thy brethren stand without, desiring to speak with thee. But he answered and said unto him that told him...
Now here it is, brothers and sisters. When Christ started off with just him and 12 guys, right? The family wasn't coming out, none of that. It was just him doing what? Starting this ministry up from the dirt. When he first started out, there was no family members out there saying, well, that's my boy, and yeah. But it's when the reputation began to grow that others saying, yo, you know your brother's out there healing people. We seen him walking on water the other day. Do you know this guy's turning water into wine? It wasn't until the popularity comes that all the people who was looking at you with some level of skepticism, now because the crowd agrees, they can now accept it. They looked around to test the temperature to make sure it wasn't safe to say, I can be down with my own blood. They wasn't there to get it from the dirt with Christ and the disciples. But no sooner as the crowds were pressing him, when the fame went throughout all Judea, now here come the mother and the brothers coming out to get a little shine. See? I knew that boy was going to do something. Finish reading, Elder Lawyer.
48. But he answered and said unto him that told him, Who is my mother, and who are my brethren? And he stretched forth his hand towards his disciples and said, Behold, my mother and my brethren. For whosoever shall do the will of my Father which is in heaven, the same is my brother and sister and mother.
Is there any blood thicker than that? Christ said this about his own mother, his own brethren. Where were you when I was getting it from the dirt? Now we have to make a line. Here come Christ's brother. Here's his mother. He says, my brother and my mother is right here. That was from the beginning in the dirt, building this ministry to save my people. See? And that's not to diss anyone who may come in later, which is family. It's not to say that they can't get some level of there's not a place for them. But guess what? You're not going to be prioritized just because you're blood family. You don't get no special preferential treatment. Because why? Family have to go through that same narrow path as everyone else who was here when you were still figuring it out. The people who was willing to stay from the beginning when you were still figuring it out. You have to go to that same small path that got them where they are. Love will wax cold. Because why? You can have some people just fair weather. It's going to be tough. It's going to be hard to decipher. I'm going to tell you right now, folks, to know who's from who, because now things are drying up. And some people, and guess what? It's those who can see who've been preparing. Food, meetings to operate righteously, praying together, and it's going to be those who was in the darkness looking to scavenge to take from those who knew that this time was coming. You're gonna have a cat roll out of the bed, put down this old English 800, and try to wrap a Metreon sideways and say I'm an Israelite. Listen, this is what's going to be happening. You're gonna have one wrap over almost one eye, part of the nose, just wrapping up. I always knew I was Israel, brother. Hold up, what? Let's back up. Do you know this? Do you know this guy? Elder Lawyer, let's go where it says the love of many shall wax cold. Matthew 24:12.
Yes, sir. Matthew 24, verse number 12. And because iniquity shall abound.
Because iniquity shall abound. Because the closer we get to the end, more wickedness will abound. Folks, rations are drying up. Let me tell you, when it talks about the 4 horsemen, it goes into the dark horse, which is famine. Where the angel showed what? In the spirit, according to the prophecies of Ezekiel, weights and measures. Where you're going to be getting less food, less products. Listen, less products for what? More money. I talked about it I talked about that all in the academy this Sunday. The 4 horsemen, broke it down. We're living in that time where the Most High has released the seals. All the chaos has been what? Permitted on this earth all at once. And guess what? The people who aren't grounded in Christ are going crazy. They're losing their mind. They don't know which way to go. Okay, and guess who I'm listening to? Guess who I'm listening to? The Most High. I'm not listening to their campaigns. I don't care what the numbers are. I don't care what disease they say is out there. I'm not listening to nothing they're saying. Because it's all part of what? The mental illness or the stupor that God said would be on the whole earth. But the family, they can, follow what you want. We just have to protect ourselves from you. Read.
Matthew 24, verse 12.
Come on.
And because iniquity shall abound, the love of many shall wax cold.
Because there's so much wickedness in the earth, the love of many shall wax cold. Folks, let me tell you, when food dry up, guess what? Family isn't even going to regard their own family. If they know you got something, you're going to have family members setting up their own family members to be robbed.
Mm-hmm.
That's the time we're living in now. Because we've lost the value of family, realizing that was the first business. We don't even value keeping our families together, not realizing that's the first line of defense. Without a family, you are exposed. So I thank the Most High for the organic family He've developed just by finding this truth. To know that there's people in this church with like minds who would protect us in a day such as this. Finish reading.
Verse 12. And because iniquity shall abound, the love of many shall wax cold. But he that shall endure unto the end, the same shall be saved.
But he that endure until the end, the same, what? The same shall be saved. And I need y'all to think about it, folks. When it says the love of many shall wax cold, it's going to come a time where the person that you loved, with people who have been turned dark in this world, it's going to be from love, and they would have as much hate for a person they once loved. That's the time we have entered. Well, they'll see and experience life with someone they've loved, and will develop as much hatred for that person as they love them. Even Christ said it. If your eye be evil, your whole body's evil. Which means if you see nothing but negative when it comes to a person, they can't do right. Because you hate them. See? They can't do right. Doesn't matter. Even if they're doing right, it's evil spoken of. And they have, and when the hate turns that way, they have to sear themselves with that stance. Why? Because if you're contrary to that, they would have to examine themselves and say, hold up, is it me? So they have to see you through darkness to justify their darkness. The love of many will wax cold. It'll be love today, but then in their actions, they'll hate you tomorrow. Folks, that's the day we're in. But Christ, so understand this, folks. Christ was a grown man when he began his ministry. He could have easily started his ministry right there in his home. His father Joseph was from the seed of David. Okay. His mother, Israelite. He had brothers and sisters. He could have started the ministry on his block. He could have started the ministry right there with his family. But by the time he came back home, it says a prophet is not known in his own land. There's a reason why the Most High had him go outside of his family to begin his ministry. Why? Because when you grow up, others initially see your fault and don't deem you any different than they are. They don't see you any different. They'll always try to joke with you like they did when growing up. They'll always see you as that little guy who, who knows what you've done that could have been an embarrassing moment. But they'll always look at that so that they cannot see God in you or Christ in you. Elder Lloyd, let's go to Matthew 4:18 and 19.
Yes, sir. St. Matthew 4, verse number 18. For verily I say unto you, till heaven and earth pass.
Exactly. Someone made that quote, and I think Hebrew Harris, he right on with that. He says, you ain't better than nobody. You ain't no different than us. And this is how people initially see you, not understanding your transformation that happened in the heavens. Let me tell you, Malak and Gabar and Yahweh had a testimony after working out. One guy came up to them out of nowhere, a brother, and said, I don't know who you guys are, but whatever you're doing, keep doing it. I need you to check that out. Didn't know these brothers from a can of paint, but could tell something was different about them just from beholding them, just by watching how they interact with one another. See, family isn't going to initially see that. They're going to always see that $40 you still owe them. You ain't paid that back yet. I'm gonna tell you that right. That's what family's dealing with. You understand? They're not dealing with anything spiritual outside of what they know about you.
Right.
Right? Finish reading, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Matthew 4:18 through 19. And Yeshua walking by the Sea of Galilee saw two brethren, Simon called Peter and Andrew his brother, casting a net into the sea, for they were fishers.
Come on.
And he said unto them, Follow me, and I will make you fishers of men.
And I will make you what?
And I will make you fishers of men.
And I will make you fishers of men. Now, folks, back then, yachts and boats were the equivalent of 747 and big time jets that we see today. Don't forget, folks, this was before the Wright brothers. This was before there was any such thing as an airplane. So ships really was the highest technology for travel and all that back during crisis time. Imagine someone who's making their livelihood with ships to travel and to be able to take different goods to different countries, because they weren't just using the boat for fish. They would clean that thing out and use it to transport it for business. Imagine some guy tell you, put down your net. That boat is going to be used for what I'm doing. Can you imagine the disciples' wives like, hold up, well, this is how we make our money. You mean this is our family business? What are you talking about? Christ says, put down your nets and follow me. I'll make you fishers of men. Now, most people who are just looking at their own house would think that this is wrong. This is how we make our money. But Christ came to build a kingdom. If I make you fishers of men, I'm bringing it back to the beginning where we're family. And these men can now grow the family business, not just your one little occupation. See this? I'm showing you how to win. You can't win. You can't construct a nation being individuals, having individual businesses for your individual financial aggrandizement. Every occupation in Israel had a national purpose. The priesthood served everyone. If someone was a blacksmith, he guess what? That was his business that served that whole area. If someone was a farmer, it served the whole area. If someone was an undertaker, he served the whole area. Every business, through each family had a business that served the nation. Let me show you something. Put down your nets, and I'm going to make you fishers of men. I'm going to show you how this thing really works. It's not about your personal occupation if your people are still suffering. See? The other nations know this. I went over to the Middle East. I lived in parts of Alexandria, Egypt. I lived in the Middle East. And I understand this is an old practice that they have utilized to be able to circumvent us in the United States. You go over there and try to set up a business. Oh, well, I'm sorry. You cannot set up a business unless you actually go into business with someone who's a citizen of our country. I'm like, but when y'all come to the North Philly, y'all set up a business without putting us down. When y'all go into Harlem, y'all set up a business without talking with the gangs and all that and saying, you know what, and putting one of the brothers down so that they can grow and have generational wealth. But if I come over to your country, I got to find a stranger to go in business with. Folks, they've been gaming us the whole time. And this is why Christ came and says, put down your nets, I'll make you fishers of men. Your work should be for a purpose that bring forth fruit for your nation, that can raise your nation. This is why when we started the church and the Most High catapulted to where it is right now, we can't GOCC network. Okay, yeah, you're going to be able to have your own gift that benefits you and the network, but it's going to be something that will benefit the nation. If you make shea butter, if you make this, make that, guess what? Because our people need to understand that this, how we're operating with GOCC network is how it was intended. It was intended for us to be able to barter, connect with each other, and do what? Be able to support one another, knowing that when this world come down, we'll already have that particular process going. We'll already be networking and connecting with each other for goods. Finish reading.
Yes, sir. St. Matthew 4 and verse number 18. And Yeshua walking by the Sea of Galilee saw two brethren, Simon called Peter, and Andrew his brother, casting a net into the sea, for they were fishers.
Come on.
And he saith unto them, Follow me, and I will make you fishers of men.
Follow me, and I will make you fishers of men. And he sent the disciples out without purse or script. I have brothers in this room who can testify that times we had nothing, and guess what? Only thing we had each other, but the Most High provided. And there was never a time of discouragement. Because why? Man cannot live off bread alone, but every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of the Most High. The Most High would always send some serious information for Sabbath. And we would go to Sabbath together, anoint one another, pray together. And the Most High would bring a lesson that would give us resolve to why we were there that moment, that day. And even when doubt came in, well, what is this? What's going on? Guess what? No matter what came in other people's mind, the Most High on Sabbath would bring a teaching that would confirm us being there that day for that purpose. And every place we went throughout the earth, people were changing their lives, were getting baptized in different languages. You name it, it was happening. Without purse or script, when the world thought it couldn't be done. Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
Psalms 133 and 1. Love will wax cold. Now, of course, as you can see in parentheses, we put love first. Because love waxing cold, brothers and sisters, is a choice. Is a choice. None of us have to allow whatever happens in this earth to turn us cold. That's a choice. So we can always choose, regardless of the circumstance, to love, to forgive. That's a choice too. That's a choice too. Even when you have reason or cause to feel anger or feel something is wrong. Even when you're justified, when you feel you're justified. If it turns you dark, if it make that love wax cold, guess what? Satan has won. That's why no matter what happens, I always choose to love and forgive. Why? Because I don't, believe it or not, personally, I hate the sickness of how it feels to be angry, and to always feel something is wrong with somebody or someone. It makes you ugly. It makes a person, you can tell an angry person. It, like the Bible says, it changes their countenance. And I'm not going to carry a certain darkness against anybody. I choose to love, if not for that person, for my own sanity. I have work to do. I don't need that weight. I choose not to carry the weight of hatred. That's a choice. Some people, they cannot even operate unless they're pointing out something wrong somewhere or something isn't right somewhere. Debbie Downers 24 hours, and it shows on their countenance. Their face will change. What's right? You know what's right? Regardless of sin and what has happened in the world, and all of us have sinned against the Most High, every last person on earth, you know what's right? You know why I can carry and let go this weight? Because Christ took that weight on himself when he begged the Father, what? Forgive them, for they know not what they do. He can carry that weight. I have to be free to finish. And that's what you all have to realize. Satan wants you dark. He wants you looking at things negative, because this is what separates you. There's no justification if there's nobody to protect you in a time like this. And that's why I'm glad when I went back to Zion Ash, who told me I needed to do this. He was saying, well, I need to do this because, the world, and I need to be able to connect the dots and do all this. But what he didn't tell me is I needed to do this not just to teach other people. I needed to do this so that I can have safety, so that there could be some people in a time of need who can protect me as I can protect them. I wasn't just, I thought I was doing this to share the truth with everyone else, but this was for my own safety too. See? Finish reading, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Psalms 133, verse 1.
Come on.
Behold, how good and how pleasant is it for brethren to dwell together in unity.
Read that again.
Behold, how good and how pleasant is it for brethren to dwell together in unity.
Man, how pleasant it is for brothers to dwell together in what?
In unity.
In unity. When it's talking about unity, folks, it's talking about the unity of the faith. It's talking about the unity of the faith. That means we're all looking at the same prize at the end. We're all focused on that, and nothing else is more important than finishing. Because doesn't matter if our personalities mesh. That's how the world deal with things. Your personalities don't have to mesh. You may have contrary personalities, but the same goal, the goal is supposed to be unified. See? We all want the same thing at the end of it. And what is that? The goal that was promised. See? And that's what brothers and sisters have to see in this truth, because Satan is going to try to throw stumbling blocks, things in the way, and all types of things, so that we can take our eye off of the goal, the promise, the promiser who promised, only to deal in the moment. only to deal with in the moment. And guess what? A moment passed. And a moment may pass, but the goal is constant. It's real. Finish reading.
Verse 2. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard that went down to the skirts of his garment.
That's how
As
that's how it is. When brothers roll together in unity, the Most High is like that precious olive oil that came down on Aaron's beard and hit the tip of his garment. The Most High seen this, the oil just drip down on his priest and say, you know what? This is what it is when brothers can actually operate together in unity. It's what the truth is all about. It's what sustains us through all of this chaos and out there, to know that if I look on this side or that side, there's a brother who's willing to sacrifice his life, who was once a stranger. The Most High have sent friends. He have sent family. So I tend to appreciate the love in the brethren he was sent, understanding how God, how Christ views this. But if I wanted to, every man here, or every man in the world, I can look at them in their personal life and try to find, I can think fault in them. And I can think of how they're not worthy to actually be here to protect me. I can look at any man or any woman and find something negative to find a reason why we shouldn't share the same space or we shouldn't be operating together. That's a choice. Or I can be grateful that the Most High sent us out to teach, and he did what? He put the Spirit on men and women to drop their nets so that we can unify in a time such as this and be grateful even when the man or woman has faults. I can still be grateful. That's a choice. Finish reading, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Verse 3. As the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore.
Even life forevermore. I'm going to show you how much love the prophets, Christ, and others had for the nation of Israel. We left Egypt. Was led by the Ark of the Covenant. A cloud gave us light by night and protected us during the day. But still Israel stayed disobedient against the God who have worked all these wonderful miracles in Egypt, out of Egypt, even unto the present. We complained about food, and the Most High had it rain manna, angels' food. Not just enough to feed the whole nation, but there was baskets left over. And we still defied him. We still found reasons why things weren't good enough. I'm going to show you how precious our prophets were. Speaking of the prophets of Israel. And this is why the Most High says that when you're called to do a work, you have to let patience work its perfect work, because you need a lot of patience dealing with the children of God. But still, the patience must be leveled with temperance, because who can judge such a great people? See, regardless of our people's faults, they're still the children of God. So there's still a level of care that must be there at all times, even when Israel is in fault, because they're still God's people. Our people disobeyed, defied things, sacrificing to other gods. At the same time, the Most High was giving the law to Moses. I'm going to show you how loving our prophets were. Speaking of Moses in particular, check it out. Our God, Ahiah, told Moses, stand back. Let me put it here real quick because I have to pronounce this. Stand back. Right now, the people I've saved from the hands of Pharaoh disobey me. At the same time, I'm giving them a law to govern themselves. I'm giving them a nation for themselves. And at the bottom of this mountain, they are defying me. Moses, stand back. Stand to the side. I'll kill them all. And I'll make a nation starting with you. The whole plan at that point was, hey, the plan is still fulfilled. They'll just multiply in the land with Moses. And Moses said, please spare these people. The other nations will say that you've done all this great work only to bring us here to destroy us. Spare your people. Spare them, please. That's our prophets. If Moses was selfish, he would have just said, you know what? Okay. Ahiah, I'm going to make it. So I'm cool. Go ahead and do what you got to do. I'm straight. My house is straight. As long as I'm straight, hey. And then the Most High said, well, listen, for your word's sake, and because I've called you friend, somebody's going to pay here. So they're defying you, Moses. I chose you to lead them. I'll tell you what. This is fair. You go down and draw a line in the sand and let them know a judgment is coming. You stand on one side and say that everyone that's here that believe, step behind the line with Moses. That's giving everyone a fair chance to get back in line to where they were from the beginning. He drew the line in the sand, and Moses warned them what would happen. Because don't forget, it was the Levites stating, other Levites and others stating, you're not the only Israelite around here. You're not the only one who's seen God or did all this. We know how to practice the ceremonies too. They was going out on Sabbaths and all that and setting up their own sacrifice and all that because they're from the seed of Aaron too. He says, draw a line. And guess what happened, folks? Everyone that stayed on that other side, guess what happened? From the line that Moses drew, an earthquake broke that line and swallowed all the people, man, woman, children, cattle, and everything with them in the earth. A gate was opened to hell to swallow them. Real time. That's how grateful our prophets are. Even in adversity, when we're wrong or whatever the case is, they've always extended what? Love and an opportunity. And always chose love over waxing cold. It's the Most High that judged. Moses just went down and drew a line and said, listen, Ahiah's angry. You have defied him by dividing. You drew a line. That's all Moses did. And those who chose the wrong side of the line judged themselves. Elder Lawyer Sirach 25. And then since we're going into love will wax cold, we're going to we talked about family. Now at the end, before we open up the lines, we're going to talk about friends. What is a friend? A friend isn't in word. A friend isn't someone that, it isn't, I can't say that, okay, Yashar is my friend. Okay, I can't say that without works to prove that I'm his friend. Well, I'm Malak's friend. I'm Lawyer's friend. Being a friend isn't a feeling. It isn't how you feel. It's an action. So we go to family and we go to friends because the Bible says the love of many shall wax cold. When you're someone's friend, you don't have to say it. Because friend is an action. So when the Most High says that foes shall be their enemies shall be those of your own household, how do you know an enemy if you believe being a friend is an emotion? That's an impossibility, isn't it? Because what? You're going to excuse someone based on feeling, even if they're an enemy. So saying I'm a friend, or this is my friend, or that's my friend. That's like going out and, when I was in school and all that, and then the white guy would, hug me and say, yeah, and then we would sit down and talk. He's like, man, I'm from Fort Washington, but I got black friends, right? Oh yeah, I'm from Bryn Mawr, but man, you're not like everybody else. Talking to me, and I'm sitting there looking at him like he got two heads. Yeah, I'm from Bryn Mawr. I got black friends. Anyone have to say that they are a friend. Friend isn't a word, it's an action. Love will wax cold, brothers and sisters. So let's go, Elder Lawyer. I need you to go to Sirach 25:1. And then I need you to go into Ecclesiasticus so that we can break down what is a friend according to God. Because y'all have to know this in the times we're living in. Because we have a lot of people in this world, now that this world is totally getting decimated and totally really dismantling before our eyes, they're going to try to feign friend. Folks, friend isn't a statement. You know who was a friend? Christ was a friend. Elder Lawyer, let's get Sirach 25:1. Let's read that first, and let's go into where it shows what a friend is in Ecclesiasticus.
Yes, sir. Sirach 25, verse 1.
Read.
In three things I was beautified, and stood up beautiful both before God and men.
Come on.
The unity of brethren.
The unity of brethren.
The love of neighbors.
The love of neighbors, folks. This is what this empire have worked tirelessly to destroy in our communities. We don't have a community no more. We have a war zone. Read that last piece again.
Yes, sir. Sirach 25:1. In three things I was beautified and stood up beautiful, both before the Most High and men. The unity of brethren.
The unity of brethren.
The love of neighbors.
The love of neighbors.
A man and a wife that agree together.
And a man and a wife that agree together. This is what the heavens show favor to in the earth. You have these in of itself, and I can show you what success looks like. You have these things that the Most High says, money is just a byproduct that comes with you actually following what He just read. The family business comes first. And these are the things that the Most High find favor with. And I was talking to the brethren today, and I so loved speaking. We've been talking to each other for the last 2 days. And I told the brothers, listen, the Bible have many stories, but there's one story that can quantify a lot of things when it comes to behavior in this earth. That if you want to point to what's a friend who's serious, whether or not someone is temperamental and doesn't realize the value of family, I said, well, listen, or temperamental or too mild-mannered. I said, listen, look at The Godfather 1 and 2. I was talking to the brother today while in this truth. You will see the honorable, you'll see the dishonorable. You'll see the friend who was a friend of the family who was only there to aggrandize himself until he thought the family was going down, and then Saul chose the other family. All of that and more, much wisdom can be learned when it comes to honor or dishonor if you see that movie with the truth. And it was the one guy that everyone did what? Underestimated. The school guy, the geek, the guy that no one was looking at to run anything, but he was the one that the Father knew could do it all, even beyond him. I sat there with these brothers and I talked to them because I like to instill wisdom in conversations and say, listen, young man, with this truth, listen, you go see The Godfather, and I'll give you all the scriptures on each profile later. I can show you Saul. I can show you Michael Corleone. I can show you his big brother who thought he knew everything, but really he was being played. Every one of these characters are in scriptures, and I can show you the Godfather. The real Godfather is our God. You get down or you lay down. He will make you an offer you cannot refuse. And you know what? What I'm going to do? I'm going to sit with my brothers and we're going to throw it on and we're going to look at together and we'll talk. We'll converse. A couple of weeks, I'll put a movie screen up in the church and we can all come in and we can look at the Matrix together, and you can see the scared people out there who are really agents and are trying to hold on to a world that's already destroying and is willing to destroy you because you're trying to pull them out of it. Let me tell you, the majority of what they talk about in these movies when it comes to honor or dishonor comes directly out of the Bible. Elder Lloyd, let's get what a friend is out of the Bible before I open up the line.
Yes, sir. Sirach chapter 6, verse number 6.
Come on, let's go.
Excuse me. Be in peace with many.
No.
Nevertheless,
Let's start at the first verse.
Yes, sir. Verse 1. Instead of a friend, become not an enemy.
You see that, what it says there, folks? Here's wisdom. You don't have to be someone's friend, but you don't have to be someone's enemy either. See? And that's the problem with people, any person out there who would usually out there where they would hold their emotion on their sleeves. You got to have enough tact and temperance to stay still. Because if you don't make an enemy, that leaves opportunity for a friend in the future. See? And this person may have attributes and gifts that the Most High will utilize to help you one day. So this is why I say it's time for us to up our ante when it comes to teaching the gospel. There's no time to be teaching hatred and talking about how you hate other people and all that, when the Bible says he will even have our enemies and treat us well in the day of trouble. That's in scripture. The same people we said do all these things against us, the Most High says, if we operate with wisdom with them, in the day of trouble, their resources will become ours. He would give the wicked the wicked the task to store up riches for the righteous in the future. They think they're working for them, when really they're storing up goods that will one day belong to us. But listen, wisdom. Instead of a friend, make not an enemy. Let me tell you, this is the reason why they didn't want this Apocrypha taught in our churches, folks. People talking about the 48 laws of power and all these stuff. Let me tell you, all of the laws of power and all that comes straight out of Ecclesiasticus. It comes straight out of what I'm reading right here. And more is in this. Instead of a friend, become not an enemy. So I don't have to be an enemy. But guess what? A friend is proven. Now, that's not no one trying to actually prove themselves. It's through time and action. You subconsciously operate in the right spirit, and guess what? Friends materialize organically. Read.
Yes, sir. Verse 1. Instead of a friend, become not an enemy, for thereby thou shalt inherit an ill name, shame, and reproach. Even so shall a sinner that hath a double tongue.
Even so shall a sinner that have a double tongue. So don't make enemies, or what? You will inherit a bad name. Other people will say it. They won't say it around you, but they'll tell other people, I don't like this person's vibe. I don't know. Did you get a bad vibe? Why? Because it can be abrasion, whatever the case is. But if you work not to become an enemy and become temperate, you'll always have someone that speak favorable of you in your absence. See? Even, check it out, even if they don't like everything about you. See? Y'all might not be friends, but they'll still speak favorable. Well, this person was respectful when I spoke with them. Right? Let's go down to what a friend is, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Verse 6.
Read.
Be in peace with many, nevertheless have but one counselor of 1,000.
Nevertheless have one counselor of 1,000. Here's wisdom, brothers and sisters, before we get to this Sabbath, because we're gonna drop some serious. I'm gonna have a wisdom class this Sabbath, just dropping wisdom. We're gonna have a wisdom Sabbath, just things to apply for life. This coming Sabbath. It says right here, be in peace with many, nevertheless have but one counselor of 1,000. Folks, what does that mean? Always have one person who's going to tell you the truth, whether you like what they have to say or not. You got to have one person who's going to tell you the truth that you'll be able to accept and not make enemies because they're telling you what they see. You have to have that one person. And usually when you have that, you don't have to, speak to a psychologist or a psychiatrist, because every one of those have a psychiatrist or a psychologist. They're just pimping and putting a finance on something that you can actually have within your own family. And we used to have this before they tore families apart. We used to have one person in our family, mama, daddy, cousin, a friend, someone that you know who can come to you and say, listen, you were wrong. And you respected them enough to do what? To make amends and walk right. And you knew this person loved you enough to tell you the truth. But we're living in a world now where you can't even have that one counselor. The one person will tell you something, and now you'll make that person an enemy. And they're just trying to help you. Always have one person you can go to who's going to give it to you real. And going to tell you the ugly things you don't want to know about yourself. But still, this person loved you enough to keep that conversation in confidence and not use that weakness as an opportunity to exploit you. There's people out there like this that you know. It don't have to be in a church, but it could be a family member. It could be somebody who you know always told you the truth. Let me tell you, this one person is invaluable. Why? Because God sent them in your life to keep you balanced. He sent that one person, and every person in this earth know who that one person is. And if you don't have one, you need to find one, because there's nothing like you being out there by yourself with someone who cannot level you off and tell you the real that would reel you back into line. Well, in the church, we have it. Some people in the church. Sometimes people they respect the bishop. They got the bishop wife, the elder wives, the elder widows who take the young girls under their wing. And sometimes people in the church becomes that. But some of you don't have access to that. But if you really think hard, there's always one person who was able to go through, if they're still living, that can actually tell you what you need to know. Even if they're identifying the ugly parts of you in these interactions you've brought to them, you're presented. Elder Lawyer, let's go.
Yes, sir. Verse 7. If thou wouldest get a friend, prove him first.
Do what, Elder Lawyer?
Prove him first.
Prove him first. We're so easily to accept some people and automatically say there's something about their vibe, and we'll meet a person 1 or 2 weeks and say that's my friend. Not realizing that most people, when you meet them, they introduce to you their representative. Right? It's like a job interview. Right? You go do a job interview, and here it is. You looked over that resume 3-4 times, checked it and all that, and presented the best self that could actually get hired. The Bible says you're not supposed to just say someone is just a friend. You must prove this person first before saying it's a friend. What have they done to show that they've actually garnered that title, that accolade, that trust factor? Read.
If thou wouldest get a friend, prove him first, and be not hasty to credit him.
Be not hasty, because then once things go haywire, you got to now explain to your friends and family how things didn't work. How really there was another side to this person. Nah. What is it more about this person, or is it more about you just trusting everybody you run into without what? Without some level of a parameter or a proving ground. This is why we're living in a world where there's no more friendships. People are just finding new people and saying they're friends. Read on, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Verse 8. For some man is a friend for his own occasion.
Some people will be a friend for their own occasion. Here's an opportunity here. Right? Oh man, you know what I mean? I mean, I sell shoes. Maybe I can link in with him and see if I can, see if I can network and sell some shoes around here. Some people can be just link in because they see a network, or they see how you can benefit them. And guess what? Initially, it wouldn't be nothing wrong with that. If that's what they think, if that's what they want to do, maybe I need shoes. But all in all, I'm not going to base me giving this person a credit as a friend based on that interaction of business. It's going to take more than that. They may be there for an occasion. They may be there because this is just their hustle to go from one person to the next to peddle shoes. I don't know. Right? Read.
For some man is a friend for his own occasion, and will not abide in the day of thy trouble.
But they will not abide if they think the ship is going down. Or, oh my God, there's some trouble there. Right? They won't abide in the day of trouble. When they see that, here it is. People have good days and bad days, right? You have days where you are on 10, and days there's let me tell you, it's peaks and valleys. So they see you down there in the valley, be like, oh, I didn't sign up for this. You know what I mean? When you was up there, that's fine. But I didn't sign up for this, so it's trouble. So, you know what I mean? Let me skedaddle. A friend is there through the peaks and the valleys. The peaks and the valleys. Read.
Verse 9. And there is a friend who, being turned to enmity and strife, will discover thy reproach.
So you can have a friend where if something turns to enmity or strife, they will do what?
Will discover thy reproach.
They will discover your reproach. They will now find fault and look at you in fault. See? That's why it says love will wax cold in the Bible. Will discover a weakness or a reproach. Now, a friend would never discover a reproach. A friend would help you through the reproach to help you recover so that what? Your shame isn't seen. See? Just like a wife covers her husband's reproach. See? She know her husband's weaknesses. She know that his imperfections, but she worked to cover that so that the family can appear whole and strong at all times. That's a real wife, not a wife who see a husband's reproach and now tell other people, man, this dude ain't nothing. You know what he did last night? He came in 3 a.m. He threw up all over the carpet. No, every time she talks about her husband, it's revering his position. Knowing that how much she honor him is how those on the outside will not just honor him, but her through proxy. See, a friend isn't going to look for a reproach to say, yeah, look what's wrong here. Look what's wrong here. Look what's wrong here. That's not a friend. A friend is going to see that and be like, well, listen, I got to protect that. Let's do this and let's do this because your reproach or either reproach, shame should not cover friends. Right? That's why I'm going into love will wax cold. Friend and family. We're near the end, folks. And Satan is trying to have a cataclysm with everybody one against another, knowing that he's looking to crush everyone in the earth. Finish reading, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Verse 10. Again, some friend is a companion at the table and will not continue in the day of thy affliction.
It says some is what? A companion at the table. But when the affliction come on you, and a lot of you probably have gone through that. As long as you had something on the table, it was all cool. A lot of you probably dealt with this. But soon as what? That one bill came. Y'all know the one in red writing. The one where I don't know if I should open this one up. No soon as no soon as the red letter comes, you know what I mean? You're seeing Roadrunner smoke. Where your friend was once sitting. Skedaddle, and it's just cartoon smoke where they used to sit. I'm gonna tell you, soon as the affliction come, they be like, "Oh Lord, I didn't sign up for this one." But when the party was there, when you was raising money to do this, that, and the other, when y'all was, man, this person, y'all was like, people was talking about, are y'all cousins? People thought y'all were family when you had something at the table. Read.
Yes, sir. Verse 11. But in thy prosperity he will be as thyself.
When you are prospering, that person will be as thyself. Man, all types of ideas. Man, hey, excuse me, man, y'all going to Disney this year? Because, you know, I mean, I'm going to be in Atlanta. Maybe I can slide through with you, you know, since y'all going to be in Florida. They're keeping tabs on you because they know that you're prospering. Or they be calling you up. Excuse me, yeah, real quick, man. All due respect. I mean, y'all grilling tonight? Y'all grilling? What y'all doing this weekend? Right? And it's okay. Friends does that, right? But you have to hear the other part.
Mm-hmm.
When you're prospering, they're at every barbecue. They're every place, where you are, they are. When you go to the mall, they're right there with you. Read.
It says, but in thy prosperity he will be as thyself and will be bold over thy servants.
He will be bold over thy servants. He'll be in your house, telling your kids to get him a glass of Kool-Aid. Hey man, that cherry flavor. Excuse me, boy. Since you drinking that, why don't you give me a glass? Excuse me, sir. You don't tell my kids to do things for you. Oh, that ain't nothing. He won't stop there. If you let him go with the Kool-Aid thing, you know what I mean? Here it is. Your wife taking some biscuits out of the oven. Like, man, listen. I'll take 2 slabs of butter on my biscuit. Oh, brother, you don't ask my wife for biscuits up in here. That's what happens. They'll come in your house and believe what belongs to you is theirs. When it says be bold over your servants, that's them running people in your house now. That's right. Then the next thing you know what it is. They're thinking, listen, this thing is working out. Maybe, excuse me, you know, what's up with this couch tonight? What he's thinking is one day living in your house.
Mm-hmm.
See? Listen, I need 2 tablespoons of butter for the biscuit. These people are going to your house and believe that your family is supposed to serve them. How many of us have seen family members? Listen, I grew up in North Philly. I've seen this before, where someone can come in your house and think they can tell people in the house what to do. Man, the Bible breaks down everything, man. It shows everything. I mean, listen, As far as I'm concerned, you can find at least 7 or 8 of these accounts at every barbecue that we grew up going frequenting. Right? Let's go. Come on.
Yes, sir. Verse number 12. If thou be brought low, he will be against thee.
Hold
and
up
will-
now. Hold up. Now, when you're brought low now, you did all this stuff for him or her when the Most High was blessing you. But now, you're brought low now. Sometimes people are down on their luck. Sometimes, there's a volley. There's a dry spell. You expect this person to help you through that dry spell, right? But when what, Elder Lawyer?
If thou be brought low, he will be against thee.
He will be against you.
And will hide himself from thy face.
And will hide himself from thy face. If you be brought low, man, he will be on the side of your enemies, saying, listen, I told him that I told him he was dipping down. He was on his way and he didn't want to listen. See? When you're brought low, he will join the other side. This is why Christ said the love of many shall wax cold. And this is why we have to operate and understand that when it comes to man and woman, that we have to hold fire to their feet, folks, when it comes to this. Understand what I'm saying? That every person must earn their keep. You have to put their feet to the fire. Every person must earn their keep. Because if they don't earn their keep, they'll feel entitled to what you've worked for, what you've slaved for your family. Because you allowed the behavior to go on so long, in their warped mind, these people believe that they're entitled to everything that belongs to you, including your family. I know this is one of those videos that go, let me tell you, they're going to cut this up. There's going to be pieces of this video all over the place. Because really, it's introspect. It's us looking inward and understanding that what? It's time for us to fix our issues in preparation for a nation, in preparation for us coming together before the Most High fulfills his promise in giving us everything. We're this close, folks. We're this close. I could be talking about what they're going to be doing November and this, that, and the other, and what the enemy's doing. And yes, we're going to have more conversations in the academy and stuff like that. But folks, it's time to go into these wisdom scriptures so that we can at least fix what each individual can control. Regardless of what the government is doing and what they're doing with the cold or this pox or this, that, and the other. All of that stuff is out of our control. But everything I'm reading is within reason. These are things that we can actually fix as individuals to make sure there's peace in our lives and to know when you got a friend or a foe. And guess what? When the foes are out of your life, or those that work darkness by always bringing darkness out of your life, guess what, folks? The Most High will give you peace and leisure to plan. That's when you're like, man, the weight is off because I've been carrying everyone else's weight. Now I can do what the Most High has in me, my purpose for him. Here it is, we're suffering enough, and now we're carrying other people who are ungrateful. And the Bible is telling you that you don't have to do this. Christ never said do this. That's right. The strong bear the infirmities of the weak, but he build that person up so that they can stand on their own 2 feet. Strong to do their purpose as men and women. So long, we as a people have been carrying grown people, and that's including me. And the Bible is like, no, don't say the devil is trying to come against you and you can't do nothing wrong, and now it seems like too much weight. No, you chose to carry the weight because the Bible told you how to try a friend. If there's free stuff, a friend is going to come. He's going to become your friend and bring friends. There's some, I mean, how many times we in North Philly, when the truck pulled up and they was giving out government cheese, how long was that line? Let me tell you something right now, folks. When someone knows that somebody's giving something out, then it's not enough for them to get it themselves. They're bringing friends. And you're carrying all this weight of grown folk. Let's finish reading.
Yes, sir. Verse number 12. If thou be brought low, he will be against thee and will hide himself from thy face.
He will be against thee and hide himself from thy face when you brought low. Somebody, you be like, I can't believe this person said that about me or did that about me. Well, did you try this person as a friend? Because they've always showed you who they were. Oh, it was okay when you was in a conversation with them when they was talking about other people without you correcting them. Oh, you didn't know that would one day become you? It was all sweet when you was hearing this person talk about another person that used to be their friend. Oh, you're special. Oh, you didn't correct the person in their error and saying, listen, this is not how you build bonds of friendships, talking about other people who are no longer in your life. Because if you're doing it to them, and you've probably known them longer than me, I can almost bet that after this bridge is burned, you're going to be talking about me to someone else. So it's time for us to correct that when people come to us about other people. Like, listen, I'm cool on that. If that person is still in your mind, I think you need to go and fix it with that person and then come back to me because I don't deal like that. That's antichrist. Capiche? Someone says that happened to me, bro. Folks, it has happened to all of us. Finish reading.
Yes, sir. Verse number 13.
Come on.
Separate thyself from thine enemies.
Separate thyself from thine enemies. People don't know what enemies is. People think that enemies are people that just looking to shoot you, kill you, and all these things. Enemy can be a spirit in a person that's bringing you down. Because you want to allow them to stand on their own feet. They're bringing you down. But yet, if you were in their position, they wouldn't do what you're doing for them. And then you got to have a person that'll try to attack you and do all these things against you. And the Bible is saying, you know what? I can love my enemy, but I can separate myself from that person. See? I'm not going to allow, shrapnel from this human weapon to actually, come off and hit me. See? Read on.
Separate thyself from thine enemies and take heed of thy friends.
But listen, lawyer. But it says, take heed of your friends. Mm-hmm. Know your friends. These are the people that's going to help you through dark times. So we have to be able to put people in categories and say, well, listen, instead of a friend, instead of an enemy, instead of a friend, I'm not going to make an enemy. But I'm going to take stock of my friends. When all of this hell breaks out, I know how this person's going to help. I know how I'm going to help this person. And I know that they have me and my family's best interest at heart. And above all, they love the Most High and Christ. Come on.
Verse 14. A faithful friend is a strong defense.
Is a what?
Is a strong defense.
Is a strong defense. A faithful friend is a strong defense. That means they got to come through you to hurt your friend. They have to come through you. That's how much you love your friend. And anyone out there know it, that in order to get to that person, they're going to have to come through me. That's a faithful friend. That's a defense. That means if I lose this brother, if I lose this sister, if I lose this person, I've lost part of me. So I'm willing to defend myself to keep this person alive. Because if I lose this person, I lose part of me. That's a real friend. Read on.
It says, a faithful friend is a strong defense, and he that have found one, or have found such a one, have found a treasure.
And he that have found such a one, someone they can call a friend, have found a treasure. It's not too many people like that. There's not too many people out there that'll be there through tough times. And guess what? And everyone know in the back of their mind, there's always this one person. It doesn't matter what it was. You can call this person. It doesn't matter the instance. And this person, if they cannot help fix the whole problem, they would at least help through the problem. Everyone know people like this. Let me tell you. And that's why I thank the Most High that I was able to come through a Southern family. My father, man, my father, I'm going to tell you, he was that type of guy. My father was that type of guy. He would sit back and he says, June, I can't fix the problem, but we're going to work it together. And I'm going to help you through this so that you can get on the other side of it. Every time. And I'm talking about from a baby, since I've known him from a baby, he was like this. And my mama. There was times I was a grown man, lost everything. Everything. And this is when I was contemplating going through what I was going through, when the Most High was pulling me towards doing the truth. Folks, I lost everything. Didn't have nothing. And then I come to find out later that if I needed something, my mother would go work a poker game, a card game, and cook food at night for the next morning. And I thought she was home to give me what I asked her for because I thought she had the money under her mattress. And then I come to find out later, she was up all night at a poker game, cooking at a poker game so that I can have what I asked for. Folks, let me tell you something, man. We have lost that old down, that Southern love that once was a mainstay amongst our people have been lost. That Southern love. Real friends, real family. And I just thank the Most High that I have an opportunity, even though I've lost my father, I've lost my mother, that through this church, through this journey, that we're all able to share in some level of love, family, and consistency. That cannot fully replace that, but at least parts of that, parts of that can be fulfilled within the body of Christ. Elder Lawyer, do you have anything else to say before we open up the lines?
No, sir. I'll just finish this out and we can go straight to the calls.
Okay.
It says here, verse 15, nothing doeth countervail a faithful friend, and his excellency is invaluable. A faithful friend is the medicine of life, and they that fear the Lord shall find him.
And those that what?
Those that fear the Lord shall find him.
And those that fear the Most High, those who fear God, eventually will find that friend. And that comes down to husband, wife, friend, family. I'm going to tell you, usually it's those who find the Most High when now the Most High sends a helper. He sends a friend. He sends someone like unto yourself that has no personal interest outside of seeing you succeed, outside of seeing you finish. Now, some people probably wonder, well, why am I going into love will wax cold on the broadcast tonight? Well, brothers and sisters, I'm going into it because that's the time we're in. The love of many is waxing cold. People out there in the world are flipping mad. People are lost their mind. And I thought personally that there's a need to bring some levity, some understanding that there's light through all of this, a foundation through Christ that can actually stir us through the madness of our current world. But we can't look on the outside of ourselves for this peace and light. It starts from us. It starts with each individual. Like I said, to love and not hate, to love and not turn cold is a choice. Christ did it. Christ did exactly what I'm saying, what we're teaching. And I know how hard it is not to render evil for evil and not to react to something negative. I know how hard it is. But you must use the wisdom to not allow certain darkness in your space from the beginning. Yes. With that, we're going to open up the lines and I'm going to go to the commercial first. And then after that, Elder Lawyer, I need you to tell everyone exactly what will be in the next Hebrew and Bible Academy before open up the lines. Real quick.
Yes, sir.
And we'll be right back with the phone calls. Don't forget, love will wax cold. Which side of the line will you stand on? Love or hate? 1 second.
The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited.
Okay, we're doing good right now. We study at 2,500. Man, especially after they tried to censor our page. It's so good to see people are coming back. We have a lot to go into this weekend. This Friday on Patreon, we'll be going into the Dark Secrets of the Music Business Part 2. Make sure you become a loyal Patreon member. On top of that, I'll soon be working on the video. Bye-bye. It's going to be real nice. So long to Babylon. We made it home. That's going to be something that will be presented out there soon. The new Hebrew and Bible Academy comes when the new Hebrew and Bible Academy will be in 3 weeks. Okay. We'll be going into brand new lessons as, that's right, the priesthood, the mystery of the Essenes, and who is the synagogue of Satan. 2 brand new lessons we'll be working on, and you don't want to miss that. Of course, we're going to include finding the Ark of the Covenant and portals. More and more detail is coming out, and I'm sure a lot of brothers and sisters want to understand the judgment of the fallen angels, the judgment of the gods. That's right. And with the judgment of the gods, we're going to add week 12 lesson, breaking down the 4 horsemen of Revelation in detail. That and more for your next Hebrew and Bible Academy. Be there. Go to historytimes.org to enroll. Okay? historytimes.org. We have Elder Ramar waiting in the wings. But before we do that, Malak, you can come on through real quick. Come on through. Before I open up the lines here. This brother have traveled since the beginning. Here you go, you slide over real quick. There you go, Brother Malak. From Houston. Real quick, Malak. You don't got to be shy. You can tell people some of the journey you've had real quick within the next 3-4 minutes. The journey of this church, what year you came in, and what have been some of your experiences with us here?
Well, I started in the church in 2009. Journey from at 22. You know what I'm saying? I traveled from Texas all the way to Egypt. And that experience, like, you know, what he was speaking about earlier about Arab Springs, we was there. We was the ones that was barbecuing the whole time. Howard Dye, my big brother, Elder Ariah. And that was a crazy experience, you know, because that's like a third world country. You know what I'm saying? So being out there, experiencing all that, and coming back to what we are about to experience here is about to be a crazy zone because, you know, praise the Most High for Elder Ricard and the elders, you know, that was out there teaching and, you know, teaching what he's teaching now is showing the people what's to come. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, traveling, as the scripture says, is much experience. So, you know, traveling from Egypt to Europe, coming back, it showed, you know, me a lot, myself, and it prepared me for what's to come. You know what I'm saying? And helping other people do so. That's pretty much it, man.
That's it?
Yes, sir.
All right, check it out. Here's one of the first songs y'all did over. overseas in that little closet y'all was recording in. Warning to the stars. Hit Malak is in here. Yahweh. Let's do it. Warning to the stars. Malak is in this. Oh, this is fire. Here you go.
Yo, I've been living at the bottom with my hand on your heel. When I want strong enough to put my hand on your ear. And nobody knows me better than my nostrils. So when I say something, boy, best believe I prosper. Ariaka Ball came and caught him off a girl while you was drunk off of alcohol, partying like a star. That money tree scared cause he saw me with a saw. Standing tall, trying to cut you down. Sorry, I'm in charge. You messing with the line rat. This ain't no scared cat. Trying to catch me unexpected, baby. I'm expecting that. Bet you that you don't wanna come down to my level. I'ma humble you. Wonder you don't walk around with a shovel. You don't regard the floor, probably why they wanna jack you. They tie the bird feet, scraps probably wanna crack around the earth for a word. You would think that this food fine, now you're traveling the space to go and still a moonshine, but I'ma bring you down.
Shining for a while, living above the
Raphael.
clouds. I'ma bring you
Raphael.
down. Ain't no stop till you're rolling with a light of bright.
Go ahead, Ralph.
Try to live in the sky. I'ma bring you down. Ain't no stop till you're
Rich folks got me walking like a madman. Never really wanna see a brother stand up. I'm posted up like a lampstand. I bring them down like a champ, man. By day pride, I see in they eyes that I'm the last man. I bring them down like the two twin towers. Run up on me and introduce you to my two twin powers. Walking through the valley of the shadow of death. Worse than the me's my enemy, so I be mad at myself. Y'all made me this way. Today is this day. That nobody gon' stop me, y'all disable this fate. The queen of Babylon don't wanna play with this. A King Kong ready for war, you ain't gon' make an escape. Equip banana clip lasers, tasers for just wait. I get revenge at the end, so you making a mistake. Strap tails, prepared and heavy, ready for that day. Checkmate. Anybody that wanna step in my way, cuz.
shining for a while, living above
Hey, it's still hitting though, man. It's hitting hard.
Ain't no stop till you're rolling with a
Yeah, Ralph is crazy.
Try to live in the sky, but I'ma bring you down. Ain't no stop till you're
Hey, yo, I'm on a mission, grab your shoes and run with me.
Oh, yeah, how
The
was
cops
that?
on my tail, but I'm moving real swiftly. It's like they got rabies on them things, make it itchy. But I ain't gonna stop till them suckers come and get me. I'm taking down the stars, all the stars in the industry. They try to take me once, but them suckers couldn't get with me. They took my brother through, but they said it didn't matter, B, they lied on it. All the itch they said was blasphemy. So bow down your head and get ready for a tragedy. I'm coming for your heart, that's gonna come traumatic. I'm finna swing my blade like Slice Game, it's ecstatic. See you guys when I kick there, you lanes gon' feel it. So listen to the flow that I'm kicking in the air. And that's just part of my cross, I gotta bear. Cause I'm from the street,
Go ahead,
I'm on a
Yahweh.
higher level. You know from melting cats and playing with heavy players.
shining for a while, living above the clouds. But I'ma bring you down. Ain't no stop till you're rolling with a light of bright. Try to live in the sky, but I'ma bring you down. Ain't no stop till you're underground.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, they was using a mattress to absorb the sound. That was they were using a mattress for a vocal booth. But anyway, they would line a mattress in the corner for a vocal booth. It worked, I'll tell you that. Ruling with a lot of pride. Oh, Ralph. But yeah, man, what a journey. What a journey. Warning to the stars. If anybody would like to get that song, you just have to go to Royalty Music by Shepherd.com. Royalty Music by Shepherd.com, and you can actually download that song. Royalty Music by Shepherd.com, and you can actually download the song, okay? It's called Warning to the Stars. Warning to the Stars. And this Friday, I'm going to be playing some of Ralph's stuff because he has some amazing new material I want everyone to hear. All right. Yeah, I heard, man, he's doing it big, man. He's over there, BBC. He's doing it, man. Hey, to see y'all young men grow from young men, and it's just amazing to me, man. That one thing I can respect about you, brothers, you've always been respectful. Y'all respected the journey. You understand, and you've always stayed respectful and honorable young men. You know, and hey, I can only, hey, man, listen, I'm proud of you guys. All right, one moment. Before we do that, Elder Lawyer, I know Elder Lawyer is there. Royalty Music by Shepherd.com. You can go there and you can download One Into the Stars if you like to, you know, hear how Israel does it, right? All right, so let's open up the calls. I can't stay all night because we have guests. I'm trying to enjoy as much time as I can. Right? Blog Talk. Here you go. Ruling with a lot of pride. Hold on. All right, Elder Lawyer, I'm about to bring in Blog Talk.
Blog Talk Radio.
Okay.
Welcome to Blog Talk Radio. Please hold and you will be able to listen to the show.
All right.
Unmuted.
I'm unmuted live on Blog Talk with your weekly broadcast. As you can see, the love of many shall wax cold in the earth. Make sure that you're in the right side. You're on the right side of judgment when it comes to love and hate. Okay, Satan is going to do everything to agitate us, to discourage us, to try to look at everyone around us as they're the enemy or as an enemy, and eventually what happens is you find yourself alone like a stray bull, straying alone, blaming everyone else for your loneliness. And this is why the Most High gave us the body. Okay? Good, bad, or indifferent, we still have people within the body who can be here to help sustain through such dark times as this. Because, brothers and sisters, this is no time to be a loner in this satanic evil world that's going down fast. Okay? Stan has a comment, 281 area code.
Shalom, my Lord.
How you doing? How you doing, Stan?
I'm blessed. I'm blessed. And your message today, the Most High's message, is right on time as always. Because I was just talking with a brother about this very subject on a friend and things of that nature.
Yeah.
And it's very peculiar that you brought in purpose. So I wrote a few things down. I'll get to them briefly because I know your time is precious.
No, take your time, brother. Take your time. It's important that we discuss some of these things, right? So you're not on the clock.
The water. The first thing I wrote was, you asked the question, what is a life without purpose? And I pondered that. And I said to myself, life without purpose is a curse of certain doom. That's the only way I could kind of quantify it in just a few words. It's a curse of certain doom. And it's deep because we're starting to see this on people as prophecies come to fruition more and more, that certain doom is a thing. And it's very scary to conceive that some people are walking in the path of certain demise by rebuking their purpose in this world. Regardless to what is told to them, regardless to what is revealed to them, the passion that is poured into them for them to wake up and bear their cross. It's a choice. You said, who is your master? It really is a choice. And we really have to pray for our people that they make the right choice, especially in these last days. And that led me to the second thing that we were talking about, which was a friend. And it's funny that how both these things come to bind. I wrote that a friend is someone that keeps his word. And before you even broke this down, because you went into it right after you said it, I wrote, a friend is also someone that keepeth a private matter. I forgot the specific scripture that speaks on that. You know, if something is revealed to you or told to you out of love, out of confession, or someone just talking about their woes and things of that nature, you are bounded to keep that matter between you and that person, especially as long as if it doesn't bring about sin throughout Israel, and it's truly something brought to you between two men or two women. You are obligated to keep that between you in honor and in integrity.
Exactly.
And a person of a person of honor will hold that to heart, regardless to if it be mother, father, wife, husband, whatever is told from someone else. That's not for me to come back to even my own household and reveal these things of a person's hurt or turmoil or things of that nature. And that was a very big one, because you actually went into that as I was writing it down. So the Spirit bear a record even thousands of miles away amongst people. So, and those two things created my third and final point that I wrote.
Yeah.
And that is, some friends are not proven until one's purpose is revealed and pursued. And those two previous points came to make that point. And I'm pretty sure all of us who have been in this walk, with dedication for any amount of time, can say that once you start gaining your purpose and on what the Most High has for you and how to bring forth His glory through you and the talent given to you, you speak. Certain friends reveal themselves as friends or enemies within that time when you start pursuing that purpose. And it was profound, man. It was just profound, because I love it when I get into those zones that the Holy Spirit, she just keeps pouring information upon understanding when you're bringing out messages or when I'm reading. And a quick scripture that went into one who keepeth a private matter. I'm not sure if this is a specific one, but Proverbs 11 and 13 speaks specifically on one keeping something to oneself or keeping something in integrity. And, I yield on that, but it was very prominent that these things were brought up to me, and I appreciate your message, and I praise the Most High for you.
Well, thank you, brother, and I appreciate you. How old are you?
I'm 28. I'll be 29 in a couple months.
And what city and state? What body are you with? Are you with the body?
Yes, I am with the Houston body.
Houston body.
For
your name?
About 5 years. Stan.
You know him,
Brother Stan.
You met him? Okay. Well, thank you, brother. To add to what you're, man, I'm so glad you're part of this body, brother. You notice when people usually say things, even in private, if they come to me and say, Ricard, we honor and respect the work that you've always done in this church, even if they call me on the phone or whatever, what is usually my answer to them? I'm going to tell you the answer. The best thank you could ever do for me, if you appreciate anything I've done in your life through Christ, is to finish. And it's to finish. And why do I say that? If I don't finish what Christ entrusted in me to finish for this, all of this work up until this time was for nothing. That means that would mean to everyone who ever known me that I was a liar and I never believed what I taught.
What a peril.
Listen, let me read this for you. And I'm not doing it because of them. I'm doing it because I know it's real and that I'm a prisoner. I know what happens if I don't finish this. But I tell others. And because that's what happens if I don't finish this is between the one who called me to do it. So I know I can't stop doing this. I was called to finish. And I'm telling brothers and sisters, listen, ye that endure unto the end, the same shall be saved, because Christ told us all that. We don't get a prize until it's over. Hebrews 12 and 2 tells us this. Looking unto Yeshua. This is what Christ told us. And I need you to really take this in, young man, because many stumbling blocks and many things may come in your way that will take away that desire and that fire to run like you once had from the beginning. It comes. So I'm here to tell you, I'm here for this moment to give you this scripture to understand that Satan will send these moments, but the Most High will allow these moments to come. Why? Because with each level you overcome in faith, you grow stronger as a minister of Christ. Listen to this. Hebrews 12:2 reads, looking unto the Yeshua, the author and finisher of our faith, who for the joy that was set before him endured the cross, despising the shame, and is set down at the right hand of the throne of God. He had to go through all of that shame, but at the end of it was glory. The problem with what we go through, when we go through our transformations that lead us to glory, it knocks us back when something comes, and guess what? It disconnects us from purpose. And the only thing we can see is our current circumstances and our current issue, and we've forgotten the reason we were called. We were called to finish. Or all of this is just word salad. Thank you, my brother, but finish. That's what I can say, brother. If I've done anything in this work to have actually moved you to see the understanding of this word, this Bible I have in front of me, the only thing I ask you to do, brother, is regardless of what you may go through, because Satan will throw everything at you, finish. Thank you, my brother.
Yes, sir.
All right, shalom.
Uh,
Danita, 443, going down the line.
Hey, shalom, Elder. This is Sister Danita from Baltimore.
How are you, Danita?
I'm great. How are you?
Hey, I'm blessed by the best, and his name is Ahia.
I know that's right. I just want to say that, the lesson that you brought forth, how love will wax cold, and what it called to be a friend. And I know we all had situations where we had friends in life, or we looked at people as our friend without reproving them first, and how people use you in certain circumstances. But I'm just so thankful for the Most High for even at my time showing me that everybody is not your friend, and not to get discouraged by that either. But they don't have to be your enemy. So I'm just glad that the word breaks down everything and shows you everything in time, and your faults and your trials and your tribulations. But I'm just so thankful for that, because what we always perceive, we look at stuff on the outside and not with what he's showing us in the word. The word's going to be true. Everything else could fall away, but what he says stands.
Exactly.
So I'm just thankful for you bringing that lesson out. And man, I'm not a really big, big Bible scripture reader, but I read the Bible. But I'm thankful for him speaking to me and my husband on our walk. And, I'm just happy for that. I yield with that.
Well, thank you, and may the Most High bless your house, you and your husband. Bless you. Great points there.
Oh, my husband said he's thankful that the Most High is bringing our marriage closer since we've been in the truth. And it did feel like that.
Praise
when
the
we
Most
was
High.
in the Christian church. And I'm thankful that, too, like, the foundation, how you express through the academy, and just each lesson you taught how important family is.
Yes.
And how the wife is supposed to protect her husband on all costs and not just put him out there.
Exactly.
A lot of sisters don't know that. They wasn't taught that.
Yeah.
So all praises.
Well, thank you,
I yield
sister.
with that.
Thank you. Yeah. And that's turning around. This is the world where people feel more need to satisfy the views of their friends than protecting the discretion of their husband or of the man. It's more so how I look amongst girls than my girlfriends and what they think about me than how my husband should be viewed. So this thing is going to this thing is switching around fast. Okay, it's changing. Believe me. 313 area code. The Bibles tell you that a wife's discretion shall fatten the husband's bones. Who know more about the weakness and shame, or the nakedness of a husband or a significant other, since that's a lot out there in the world? Who would know that more than the woman, than the wife? But that is supposed to be a protection mechanism. That's not supposed to be something to be utilized to help bring the man down. Okay? 313 area code.
Shalom, Elder Ricard.
Hey, how you doing? This Jackie.
I am wonderful.
Jackie, how are you?
Yes. yes. I'm doing fantastic. And
great.
I just wanted to thank you for the word of the Lord. Like, it's just been so on point, like with different.
Oh, you cut out, Jackie. Is your phone okay?
I always like to.
Your phone cut out. Go ahead. I can hear you now. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. So
Oh, Jackie, just sit still. You're moving around. That's what's going on. Sit still so I can hear you. I know you have some powerful.
I'm standing still.
Okay, go on.
Okay, I'm gonna make this quick. Faithful are the wounds of a friend. That's what came to me when you were ministering, and that you had said that friends are there, when bad times, good times, in season and out.
Yep.
And so that's what a friend is. I just really appreciate the word. It's really been helping me in some of the things that we've been dealing with. But I always like to bring it to, a lot of times we're looking outside of, this is happening outside of our body. This is happening outside of our home. This is happening at that church or that church. But I think we need to self-examine ourselves. Look at that girl in the mirror like I'm doing right now. I'm looking at Jackie in the mirror and saying, girl, you got to change. And that's what this walk is about. It's about us progressively changing and knowing that we have not arrived. And that goes for each and every one of us, because if we don't, we open to the doors to the enemy for our love to wax cold. And we're supposed to be our sister's keeper, our brother's keeper. We're called to build each other up and not tear each other down. And that's basically what I wanted to say. And
and sister, let me tell you, I'm glad you brought this out, and I'm going to answer to that. The Bible says that we must keep our conversations in the heavens, right? I want y'all to understand, when brothers get together, it's not to say there's a difference, because women, there is a difference, right? Men has a different purpose in how they get together as brethren. That's why the Most High says that he loves how the unity of brethren. The conversation is different when men get together than when women get together. When men get together, it can just be talking about, anything, sports, or when it comes to the church, the unity of the faith, what we're going to be doing going forward, things of that nature. Very rarely is there a conversation about our relationship in a circle of men, right? Usually if there's a situation where a brother is having an issue with a wife or whatever, or courting a woman or whatever, that's usually a private conversation where they'll call one-on-one. But it's very rare, if any, do you see brothers getting together talking about their relationships. Okay? And that's the difference. When women get together, sometimes, especially if someone is going through something, the Bible says, give honor to the woman as the weaker vessel. She would feel a need to bring, if she's feeling negative or feeling hurt or something of a relationship, she feel a need to discuss that amongst the women who have nothing to do with what she's going through. And even though you're seeking comfort, it's exposing your other half. Because even though you and your husband can make up that night, now a view have been cast. It's been cast in stone. A view of how these people you talk to your husband about, or your man about, there's a negative view that will continue even after you two have patched things up. And now your girlfriends and others are looking at this man wrong who did nothing to them. So we must understand that when women get together, that what? It's about constructive conversation and having our conversation in the heavens. And we're not speaking negative about our husbands or our other half unless it's something what? To strengthen his position in the view of others. That's very, very, very important. Or if you know that you're too overwhelmed in sorrow and grief, that if you know you're too overwhelmed that it may come out amongst that, it's best to stay back and not make that gathering into something that turns negative, because it's more so selfish, because women got together to have a good time, to actually escape all these other things and have a good time, not to have a down moment. So I wanted to put that out there, because there's a difference between how men get together and sometimes sisters get together and it's all good. It's not all the time. But the Bible says, give honor to a woman as the weaker vessel, knowing that when she's in her emotions, sometimes she can't help but get it out and speak it amongst other people. Right? And that's unfair. That's wrong. And there are proper steps to get things fixed outside of, spewing your relationship amongst others. 586 area code. Elijah.
Shalom.
Hey, Elijah, how are you?
Good. That was my mom that was just speaking to you. I wanted to talk to you as well, so I didn't know I was going to be the very second person.
Here you go, Elijah. What's happening? Talk to me.
Well, I'm from Detroit. Shout out to Elder Dale.
Oh, yeah.
I just spoke to him today.
That's my brother. That's my brother.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, this is a timely matter you touched on, because I had a lot of situations that people who I thought was my friends that turn their back on you, and it'd be like, I took some notes, so I'm not gonna be all over the place. But
take your time.
Handshakes turned into daps. Conversations got shorter. They stopped calling me to play basketball. You know what I'm saying? And it'd just be a shaking of the head. I wonder why. And I just feel like it's a lot of hate, and they just don't, I can't really explain it, but it's a jealousy too. 'Cause I do stuff for people, and I let people borrow money or let them, use stuff that I have, or even, reach out. I look out for people, really generous person. So when they do stuff like, what I'm saying, it doesn't reciprocate, it it feels bad. And so that's just one thing that I noticed in these last days that's happening. Because I even had a friend, he even asked me for my DoorDash account. I'm like, what I'm saying, in your time of need. And I thought about it. I was like, would they do that for me? And another friend wanted me to come all the way across the country to a kids camp. He didn't even show up to my event. It's like people just don't show up to different things for me sometimes. And then also wanted to say.
Oh, before you say that, how old are you, young man?
I'm 27.
Okay, go on.
Yeah. So, like I said, I definitely just do my best, and I'm going to continue to do that. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to continue to do that. But I'm going to be more wise with who I do it with. And I make music, and I was just going to say, it's positive, it's clean, but sometimes some people don't agree with it, and that that's just them. But it's just I had a song that actually was about friendship. It was called My Dog. Is it okay if I say like a couple lines from that will correlate to this?
Okay, what you rapping, singing, what?
Yeah, it's like poetry.
Okay, go for it.
Okay. All right. It says, when it all goes down, they know who they gonna call. Always look out for my bros. Get the back of all my dogs. I got your back if you my dog. When your back's against the wall. Ride or die, but we just trying to live. Focused on the glory, trying to come up just a bit. No, we not blood, but we still family. I got you to the end. I never leave you stranded. It's hard to find a friend to the end. Some just pretend. They not with you. They not your man. I'm blessed to have my boys, my dogs, my ox. They keep me from the streets, the beef, the ops. And I always got your back. I never let you lack. We too close for that. And these are just facts. Them haters saying trap. They so full of crap. All they do is cap because they so whack. So that, you know, I write music about it, you know, so that's just what I'm feeling. I appreciate the lesson. I'm not going to say too much more. I appreciate the lesson because it really touched home.
Okay,
You know,
well,
let's go. I wish people wasn't like that.
Let's go back to a little bit. My dog, who's that?
Basically, you know, people, my friends, you know, people that I connected with, people that go back a long ways and showing love, and whether it's through school, church, I make music. So
what you're saying is, what you're saying in a nutshell, it is turned into a word of endearment, almost a term of endearment.
Yeah. Basically, not really just a dog. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, not really. Basically a term of endearment.
Yeah, brother. What we got to do is we can't be using. I can't imagine Christ, and I, not disrespecting you, brother, sitting there telling the disciples, man, we need to go baptize some people. These are my dogs. See, we're gonna have to. No. Let me say something real quick. Yeah. He's my The whole thing is, you understand. There's a people, and I'm gonna break this down in our lesson called the Synagogue of Satan, where there's a certain people in this earth who call us goyim or cattle. And what they do is they incentivize certain terms that belittles the children of Israel to mere animals. So when we began to use words like bees for women, which is a female dog, and call ourselves dogs, it actually, believe it or not, substantiate. It gives their view of us credibility. While I love while I love what I would say, the spirit behind why you did the song, I mean, I would suggest you do what I did in songwriting. Get yourself a thesaurus. A thesaurus and a dictionary. And let's build our vocabulary on a level to articulate our thoughts on a higher level beyond the synagogue of Satan. And I'm going to say this is because you, unfortunate for you, that's why I ask you your age. You wasn't living in a time where we was coming up with Eric B., Rakim, A Tribe Called Quest, and different people that were articulate intellects who actually really perfected the craft of what we call rap or hip hop today. It wasn't all about this dull street stuff. It was really about, believe it or not, brother, it was about raising your intellect. These were intellectuals straight out of college with a purpose. And it's to the point where, brother, when we used to listen to rap, we needed a dictionary to break down what the rappers were saying. A thesaurus. Special ed, I have it made. These were people where you can tell they studied words. So you have the gift. I'm listening to you. But I'm just dropping it on you right now. And it's time to raise our vocabulary and our communication skills. And I believe you'll do so.
I appreciate that.
All right, my man.
I appreciate the criticism, and
okay, it's all KRS-One. Exactly. Thank you. I appreciate you, my brother. Hey, man.
Thank you,
wonderful rap, though, but scratch the dog. All right, my man. All right, we have Lenore has a comment and a song. I don't know if we're going to be able to get to the song. You either give us one or the other, Lenore.
Hello?
Hold on, I'll get back with you. 1 second. Lenore. Hold on.
Oh, Shalom.
Shalom, how are you?
I'm fine. I'm part of the Philly body. My husband and I, we were baptized 2 weeks ago.
Oh, sucks, man.
And I've been with you Elder for a long time. You encouraged me to write and to sing for the Most High because I had stopped for a while, and I wanted to share a song with you, if that's okay.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Let's do this. Just give me the hook if you can. Can you just give me the hook?
Okay, the hook is, I forgive you, and I bless you. I forgive you when you wouldn't do the same. I forgive you, and I bless you. I forgive you, and it's in Yeshua's name.
Oh, shucks. You know what? I can actually hear that with a choir. So when I come to Philly, I'm going to sit down with you and see what we can do with that.
Yes, I have a choir in the song as well. Yes.
Oh, shucks now. You got some pipes. So we're going to be talking to you, and welcome to the Bible. Welcome to the body, sister, all right? All right,
Thank you.
shalom.
God
All right.
bless you all.
Oh, shucks now.
Bye-bye.
All right.
Shalom.
Shalom. We have V with a question. V with a question.
Go ahead.
How you doing, V?
Go ahead.
Oh, that's Lori.
Oh,
Hold on,
thank
Lori.
you.
I'll be right back with you. This thing is flipping out. Lori, I'll be right back with you. Let me get V first. Let me get V and I'll come right back, okay?
Okay. Yes.
V has a question.
Hey, shalom, Elder.
Hey, V, how are you?
I'm all right. Yeah, before I ask the question, I was going to tell that brother he can check out this software called Lyric Studio. Tell him to look it up on YouTube. They'll show him how to use it. It helps rappers with their raps.
Okay, Lyric Studio?
And
okay.
Yeah, Lyric Studio.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm sure he's listening.
Well, yeah. Well, my question is, I got two questions. One was, can I base some of my raps on your lessons? And my other question is, how will I have discernment to know?
Okay, let me answer that first question first. When I teach,
oh, okay.
Listen, when I teach, it's the word of the Most High, but if it brings inspiration and it's bring information that inspire you to do songs, that's on you. As long as you don't have the PDFs of the Academy, rapping the Academy through our PDFs, and then have a video where you sampling me during the Academy, then it's okay. So if it inspire your ideas and stimulate some ideas for music, by all means. All right.
Okay. Cool.
Thank you. And
cool,
matter of fact,
cool.
I'm flattered that you would even suggest it. All right.
For sure, man.
All right.
Yeah, you know you be dropping that heat, Elder.
All praise be to the Most High.
The second question, is, like, how will I have discernment to know, like, who I should connect with as far as?
Yeah, turn
Hello?
it off. Yeah, turn it off in the back if you don't mind.
Oh, I don't know what that is. Oh, let me try to turn it down a little bit.
Yeah, it's playing in the back. Yeah, that's what's going on.
Okay, let me see. I don't know what's going on, Elder. But if you can hear me, I was just wondering how could I have discernment to know who to...
V, I'm glad you got that first question out. You have to send an email because this thing is going haywire, my brother.
I don't know what that is. But let me try to turn it down a little bit. Okay, I don't know what...
Do me a favor, hang up your line, brother. Hang up your line. Like the devil done jumped into this thing. Y'all hear this? This isn't right.
Muted.
Y'all hear this? Huh? like somebody from the letter people have their hand on a button. Oh, that was coming in through I see, that was coming in through him by mistake. Hold on.
Unmuted.
Okay, I got it now. I got it. I'm sorry. All right, let's go down the line. The devil is a liar. All right, let's go down the line here. I see Sunshine. I see you, Sunshine. Tina has a question. Yes, Tina.
Shalom, Elder, all the leadership.
How are you, Tina?
I just had a question.
Yes.
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well.
I just wanted to say, first of all, I really thank GOCC for the knowledge that I've learned. You have really opened up my eyes to a lot of things that I wasn't aware of, as far as feminism and a lot of things that the sisters have been deprived of knowing, that the enemy has just took over and not allowed us to see for so many years. But my question is really for the women. So if you are trying to be submissive and following the Proverbs 31 and doing what First Peter tells us to do, and the head of the household is not, I guess, following in alignment with the word or the truth, how is a woman to proceed with that and not wax cold and not be out of order and still be submissive to her husband? How should she?
Now, I can answer the question, but I would first start with the question. Now, I can only ask you a question. This question, if you're not going to take it personal or get offended from the question.
Oh, I won't.
Okay.
I really won't.
All right. So let me ask you this. Is this a man that you can outright respect his guidance and follow his judgment? Yes or no?
Yes.
So, you can respect his judgment and follow his direction, right?
Yes, I think so.
You think so?
Yes. As long as it's, I guess my question that I want to know
No. Let's
okay.
I'm going to ask you the question again.
Okay.
Can you respect the man's judgment and follow his direction? Yes or no?
Yes. Yes, I can.
Okay. So what's the problem?
If the judgment or the direction is not in alignment with the word, do you still follow in all obedience as a wife?
So now we're getting to the bottom of it, right? That means he has a direction, even though in certain areas you respect his judgment as a man and you trust him being able to do the thing a man does to protect and provide. But when it comes to the word in the direction of this truth, he might think contrary and would like to redirect you from what you're learning. Is that what you're saying? You're saying?
He goes along with the truth and believes the truth, but I guess doesn't practice it the way it should be practiced. I'll say that.
All right. So let's put it this way then. I'm going to read something for you, right? Elder Lawyer, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Let's get Ecclesiastes 25 for me, Elder Lawyer. And 26.
Yes, sir.
Where it talks about a wife's discretion. 26.
All right. You said Proverbs.
No, it's in Ecclesiasticus 26. Where it,
Ecclesiasticus 26.
Where it says a discretion will fatten her husband's bones.
Yes, sir. Ecclesiasticus 26 and 13.
Read it.
The grace of a wife delighteth her husband, and her discretion will fatten his bones.
You heard what that said, sister?
Yes.
So it says, the grace of a wife delighteth her husband, and her discretion will fatten his bones. That means if he know the word and he's trying, but he's fallen weak, you're the one that's supposed to be in his helpmeet. You're supposed to cover that, not tell that.
Okay.
When I say cover that, I wouldn't have known that your husband was weak in those areas unless you said it.
Okay, but how do you cover when you, like you said, you shouldn't talk to people about certain things because issues are private, and I'm a very private person, by the way. I don't do this.
Let me show you now. Because
Okay.
what the world have taught us, that we need to get advice from someone else to help us with something that only these two people understand. Now, what makes it unfair for him, I'm sure he has a different view of what you're saying, and he's absent. Right?
Yes.
See? Now that would be unfair to him. If he had a view of you that it needed your side to explain, and he was telling me his one view, you would be totally offended, wouldn't you? When you know there's more to it. No, listen. You would though, because you have a side too.
Mm-hmm.
So let me ask you this: what does this scripture mean to you? Read that again, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Sirach 26, verse 13. The grace of a wife delighteth her husband, and her discretion will fatten his bones.
Her discretion will fatten his bones. What does that scripture mean to you?
It means to be discreet, to keep the matter.
No, not that part. Not that part. That your discretion will fatten his bones. What does that mean?
It will give him strength.
Yeah, because now not only do we have to contend with your view of him not following the laws like he should, he now it's been compounded with someone is putting his stuff out there showing his weakness. Now he has another issue that he has to now contend with now that you didn't let this loose publicly. Now, I'm just using this as an example, not to berate you or to discipline you. Because when you came in, you said, I'm glad that you helped me see things when it came to the destructive spirit of feminism. But you don't realize that a lot of the way we still operate is still under that particular type of ideology. A man's privacy must be protected at all times, even in weaknesses. That's what a helpmeet does. Now, it's fine. It's fine because you're the one who see the weakness and see that, okay, he knows the law, but he don't follow the law all the time. But you're the last person to ever say that publicly to other people. Because when it says it's fatten his bones, if his bones isn't strong, you're weakened also. So other people will look at you and say, well, okay, here it is. You're with a weak husband or whatever the case is. And now people are looking at you negatively. And now the problems still haven't been solved, right? So let's go to fixing the problem then, right?
Okay.
if you have a man that isn't following the law, right? He falls under an unbelieving husband. Right?
Yes.
Now, he may believe some things, but based on his actions, he doesn't believe everything he's learning. Right? Elder Lawyer, get that for me in Corinthians real quick. But sister, I'm going to give you some advice that you can practice for the rest of your life. Never tell anyone publicly, even your friends, the fault in your husband. Never do that. Let's get 1 Corinthians 7. And guess what, sister? That's even if your views are correct. That's why it says a wife's discretion fattens her husband's bones. Because what you're doing is, even though you are expressing issues that you're concerned about, you're exposing your husband's weaknesses to his enemies. See that? The last thing his enemy, because everyone got enemies out there, the last thing his enemy needs to know is his weaknesses. Elder Lawyer, let's go to.
So do you confess?
Now I'm going to give you the.
Do you confess that to the church?
No, the sister. I'm just talking to you. Now, if somebody else in the church, if somebody in the church is practicing this, then guess what? One thing about the Holy Spirit, it goes all the way through to all it applies. You're the one called. So I'm the one responding to your question. The church didn't call. You did. Okay? Let's get 1 Corinthians 7, Elder Lawyer, and read the 13th verse where it says, if a woman which have an husband that believeth not.
Yes, sir. 1 Corinthians 7, verse 13. And the woman which have an husband that believeth not, and if he be pleased to dwell with her, let her not leave him.
So we know, he wants to be with you, so you can't leave him because he's still what? He's still protecting and providing. You still respect his judgment and direction outside of him not, as you claim, following the laws, in its totality as you view he should, as you think he should. But we know you can't leave him. That's number one. So how do you fix his issue, but yet keep his discretion? Yet keep his honor without putting his weaknesses in public, right? How do you do that? Read. It's going to show you how. It's going to read it.
Okay.
Read it, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Verse 14. For if the unbelieving husband is sanctified by the wife, and the unbelieving wife is sanctified by the husband, else were your children unclean, but now are they holy.
You know what you must do? You see his weaknesses as a helpmeet. You must make sure that nakedness isn't exposed to his enemies. The Most High put you in that position to protect his weaknesses there, as he'll protect you if someone came to assail you. And what you would do is pray for him through these weaknesses. Let him know privately what your concerns are and say, let's pray together on this. And even if he don't listen, you go to your knees in private and pray for your husband that the Most High open his eyes to turn him right. But what you don't do is expose his weaknesses to the public, possibly to his enemies. You got it? There you go. Thank you, sister. Great question, because I know others probably had that question, and I just wanted to put it out there because at the end of the day, you both want the same thing, the kingdom. Right? So
The water, Elder.
You
The
welcome.
water.
Ayindabar, thank you, sister. All right, I'm going to place you on hold.
Shalom.
Shalom.
Muted. Unmuted.
And Will has a question. Shalom.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. For a person who got tested for the jab, what's a good thing for them to cleanse their body of the metal?
Well, are you on Patreon?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to be discussing that on Patreon this Friday. I can't go due to the guidelines on this platform. I can't even talk about that right now in here. But be on Patreon,
yes,
and I'll be more than happy to give you more than enough information for that. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you. Bryant has a question.
Brian is, yes, this is Brian. Shalom, Elder.
Shalom, how are you?
Very well. I play the keyboards for the gentleman you affectionately call the sax player.
Okay. Brian, did he introduce you to the truth?
That's what I was praying for before I met him. And he came along and he introduced me to GOCC, and the truth came pouring out of the Bible, out of the news that you guys have on the Hebrew Bible Academy, and my mouth has yet to come up off the floor.
Praise the Most High. And you're speaking about Alan Clifford Barnes, right?
Correct.
Yeah, because I'm sitting here with all
I
this.
went to school with him.
Yeah, I'm sitting here with all this paperwork in front of me, as well as his paper clips showing his past interactions and all that. Let's see, with Stephanie Biddle and the Biddles family and all that. I have it in front of me. But go on, the floor is yours. I have it right in front of me, the information on the brother. He's been well traveled. But go on.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a good guy. But my question, early a couple of years ago, I got involved with Parliament Funkadelic.
Okay.
And as I approached them, I started to notice the weirdness, the weird behavior, drug use and all that.
Yeah.
But they wanted me to play, and when that happened, I had a great migration of so-called friends. Man, I was going to play. I was going to sing with you. And where were you? Now it's my time, and they're all mad, and they all left. And so at that point, because a lot of them were what I call anger mongers, I let them go, and I started to one by one form a circle of friends who all agree with me that anger makes no sense. And so we help each other, and we've accomplished a lot. So then I come along, and now I'm very careful who I let in my circle. I don't want anybody, because I do lectures on how when you're raised in a home where there's a lot of negative energy and you're traumatized by all this, that you grow up with a drug habit that you don't know about, the adrenaline, the cortisone, and all of that, released by the hypothalamus. And I did a lecture on that, and I helped a lot of people out. They were very happy to hear that, and But what I'm concerned about now, there are people that I deem unable to make friends with because they'll stop you while you're talking, twist up your words, and purposely start an argument so they can get their fix that they don't even know they're hooked on. So what's happening is, and my question is now I'm being, at this point in my life, I'm being put in front of people that are obvious anger mongers, and I'm, going to be forced to interact with those people, and I don't know how to handle that.
When you say forced to interact with them, what do you mean? Play the keyboard for them?
Well, like being hired in that kind of way and having them as a boss.
Okay.
And
well,
I'm the type of person. I can choose whether I can have a boss that's mean or not. And in this case, I'm trying to, I'm trying not to be so. Maybe I'm looking at it wrong. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. What you have to do is see it as an occupation with an opportunity. You can't get too too emotionally wrapped up into these into these particular people's these persons' issues. It's a job. Now, at one time, it was more than a job, right? Because it was opportunity. Right. It was playing amongst stars and being recognized with ambition and all these other things. But when you get the truth, all of that is recalibrated. These people have no power over you anymore. Why? Because they're not looked upon as these stars, parliament. No, it's a gig. So you're not personally invested that way, unless you choose to be. You go there, you do the work, collect your paycheck, and you say shalom. And guess what? The more you start operating like that, where they have no power over you, believe it or not, that's when they're going to inquire more. Why can't I control this person like other people? Why isn't this as important to him as it is with other people? And that's when they're going to sit down with you, because they can no longer pull your strings. And guess what? Hence the opportunity comes where you can say, well, listen, boom, we don't have much time. Guess what? The world is this, that, and the other. The Most High is about to judge this. And personally, all due respect, the Bible says in order for us to make it through this, sir, we must be sober-minded. I'm here for a job, and I'm willing to do the job. But understand this. I have only one master. And believe it or not, these are the people who will tell everybody else, get out of the room. I want to talk to this guy. Okay?
Right.
So you have to stop operating as someone who actually care about the job like that, more so than you being a hired hand. That's it. Stop getting personally invested into anything outside of the kingdom. Everything else is secondary.
And that makes a lot of sense. I mean, that you're reminding me what I already know, and those two areas of my mind have just connected, and I appreciate that.
You're welcome, sir. Bless you, Brian, and welcome to the family.
All right.
All right, shalom.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Shalom.
Look at what this truth does. 504 area code.
Hello, Elder.
Yes, how are you?
I'm doing well. I can say from this lesson, it has really stuck with me, especially since I had the experience with those who I had to unfortunately let go. But I just have a question. I won't say from who, but I just want to know. It's just like some advice.
Yeah.
Especially from a Bible scripture. How can I help them, especially in their lowest lows? Because they have been very close to me, and seeing them at their low, I feel others and I are the only ones left for them to rely on. And I just want to, at least, especially because they are asking me many times, especially from the Bible, because I have recently became into the truth, I can personally say that.
It seemed like you're overrunning in your thought and can't get your question out completely. What is it? What is your question? What is your question?
Well, my question is, for someone, as you have said, like for those who have friends that don't be around them, especially in the lowest lows, what can I do, especially like a Bible scripture, for example? What can I tell them to help them at least keep them on the track to try to raise them up, their spirits up?
Okay. Brother, you have to realize that there's many gifts to the body, right? And
yes, sir.
To be a teacher is a gift that must come with much study. I can give you a scripture that you'll understand, okay? But when you convey it, it may not be exactly what they want to hear. See, what a teacher does is he's around a person, and his actions, his walk becomes the lesson to those who are actually frequenting or is around that particular person. And what you have to do is you have to find out what in particular that person need. The questions they have concerning God, their people, or something personally that they're dealing with, and be able to go into the Bible to feed them what's needed for that particular issue. How you're viewing the interaction isn't how it's done. You don't give somebody a scripture and they say, oh, it all makes sense. Nah. If someone is thirsty, you give them, you don't give them bread, you give them water. Right? So you need to ask this person, what is it that they always wanted to know in concerns of what's going on in the earth today? Why don't you believe in God? Or do you believe in God? Or what do you believe? You have to find out. Believe it or not, the more so the inquisitive spirit must come from that person than it comes from you. You in the drive to convert that particular person. Excuse me.
Elder, I'm sorry. I mean,
maybe you're not framing the question correctly. I don't know.
I messed the question up. I'm sorry.
Well, what's the question? Come on, hey brother, you got to be able to.
Who I talked to. Sorry, the person I talked to, they know the truth.
Okay.
We have been introduced into it. We at times when we are in private, we do our own little lessons together, try to explain. And right now, what they're tend to ask me was, they want to know from the scripture, at least when we go to our lessons, what can they do or what type of advice they can learn from the Bible about the situation, about with their friends. Instead of just hearing it from mouth, they want to at least know from the Bible, like from a verse, just to look, because they can meditate on it.
Hey, brother, are you in class? Are you in a church in particular?
Yes, sir. Me and my family have recently went out to the one in Baton Rouge.
Okay, how long have you been going there?
Well, we just started.
Okay,
like
brother.
Last month.
Hey, this is what I'm saying, brother. Believe it or not, you in a teaching role, anyone in a teaching role who are fairly new, can do more damage than good when it comes to conveying the word. Okay, you must become a teacher. So what you must do now is direct this person with questions to a teacher. Let me show you something. Because I understand your desire. I understand what you are attempting, what you're trying to do. But you have to become seasoned to be a teacher, to actually be able to be able to fulfill the concerns of this person who's inquiring. You must actually direct them to teachers. That's what we're here for, right? I don't know whether or not, if I give it to you, whether or not you'll convey it how I will convey it, right? So this is what the Bible says. Romans 10:13 says, "For whosoever shall call upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. How then shall they call on him in whom they have not believed? And how shall they believe in him of whom they have not heard? And how shall they hear without a preacher?" So there's a process the Most High put in the earth for those out there without understanding to understand. And now shall they preach. How shall they preach except they be sent? As it is written, "How beautiful are the feet of them that preach the gospel of peace and bring glad tidings of good things." Brother, you have the zealousness. You can even understand when things are being taught to you. But you must grow into a teacher. Okay? It's what the world would call you have to become sharp and instant in the word, and that comes with time. And I wouldn't suggest you begin to operate in these areas until you've spent more time to learn precept and understand how to deliver the word. When I first came in, just like you, brother, you know what I did? Guess what I did?
What, sir?
I listened. And I waited on my ministry, because even though I thought I thought I could convey it like my teachers would do it, when I tried to talk to other people, they didn't come out the same. I wasn't seasoned. And here it is, I'm fumbling the ball now. So but what's great about our current day opposed to when I came up, brother, is the fact that we have the internet now. You don't have to put all that pressure on yourself to try to articulate how we do it, how it's done. Understand, you're talking about decades of study and work and prayer and working, so that somebody can come and answer a few questions, and automatically we know the scriptures right there based on the circumstance. That didn't come overnight. So what you need to do is direct them. If they have questions, you need to direct them to us until you grow into that position, and you will. But I wouldn't focus on the friend right now. I would focus on you getting those precepts together and learning how to become a serious teacher. And that will come. But when it comes to being able to break things down and help that man understand, you need to direct him to seasoned teachers who's already in position to move him to where you are, to see exactly how you see. Okay? You got it?
Yes, sir.
Direct them to us.
Yes, sir. I understand.
Yeah, but your intentions are great. I've been there. But you don't want to fumble the ball, because I will say something, but how do I know? How can I be confident that you're going to convey it the way I'm breaking it down? You understand? I don't know. So if I speak to the guy, I can probably pull something or ascertain a scenario to teach him that you probably, would probably overlook. So right now you are in learning mode, and it's okay. It's a perfect mode to be in. And afterwards, you'll be seasoned to become a teacher. All right?
Yes, sir.
My brother. All right. Last call. And welcome to the body. When I come to Louisiana, I want to see you, young man. I'm going to leave it with sunshine. And then may the Most High bless you all. Stay prayed up, sin not. And remember, the love of many shall wax cold. Do not wax cold, folks. Finish. Go ahead, sunshine.
Hello? Hello? Shalom? Hello? 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 Albert?
Shalom. Shalom.
Hello? Hello? Hi. Shalom. Hi.
Shoot.
Hello?
Let's get it.
Are you there?
Let's get it done.
Okay, shalom. Okay, elders. Oh, this is such a powerful lesson. It hits at the core. The love of many has certainly waxed cold, and it's getting colder and colder every single day among those who refuse to see or desire smooth things. And these are they who prefer anything else but the truth, regardless of the signs of depletion happening right before our eyes. People are dying at every turn, as in the days of Noah, and food on the shelves are incrementally lessening, and they're becoming less available or sparse, or the products are just simply disappearing without even warning, as in 1 hour. And yet the desire for most to remain in the blind state, or desire to hear delusions and lies and not be admonished, or have feelings of being offended easily by the slightest disagreement or difference of opinion, is magnified and increased. And all the things Christ said would be the signs of his coming here, but be it family, friends, strangers, those who are operating on a different trajectory,
I'm sorry
are
about that.
indeed
I'm sorry about
moving
that.
in a quiet.
No, go ahead. I hit a button by mistake. I'm sorry. Right.
See, they're moving in a quiet, seething, dangerous level of fear, and that fear onto which they are bound, and causes them to lash out or aim to crush those who they see that are not operating on their same dark trajectory. And it's shedding light also on those who will be filthy still compared to those who choose to be righteous still. So family who are not, accepting of the knowledge and love of Christ, who is the only way, truth, and light, they become bewildered and astonished by this light that they see that also comes from the courage to stand and boldness to speak and the wisdom of a serpent, but harmless that they see. They can see it in those who have made Christ the chief cornerstone and the door, and seeing that courage and light of Christ within those that were once in the dark and evil with them, contributing to it, be it sister, mother, father, son, whoever it is, that shining light that cannot be hid under a bushel compared to what they once knew us to be, would either trigger a new desire for change or, to receive that light, or it would ignite, like you were saying, envyings and strife and mischief making, an attempt to drag the pure, to whom all things are pure, off the narrow path and down to that highway to hell. And family and friends who were old friends who were once closest to the pure and who remain in that mindset of hatred can be the greatest foes, and they can be, of course, like you were saying, of our own household, because they knew us well before the baptism and the truth. And so unlike a stranger who may attack the light but hardly penetrate barriers, those ones close to us while in the darkness can now discover our weaknesses and then bear our nakedness to penetrate the barriers. And if they could, they would steal the light and deceive the very elect. All this in this wicked time Christ spoke of are what the few on the narrow path are up against. But we know that in prophecy, despite the cunning dangers, we would discover that even with the fiery darts thrown at us, in the way that we would fear not them who can kill the body, but him who can kill the soul and body in hell, and we'll prevail. And how beautiful, like you were saying, are the feet of those who bring the gospel of peace, and with the Spirit, sealing us by grace onto the day of redemption, who choose that narrow path, which is Christ, that one door, that walk in the fruit of the Spirit, all of the fruits of the Spirit, and in forgiveness, which also it manifests in happiness and favorable countenance. And we who are seeking, to not be with the fair weather friend, but to be of the living and not of the dead, we will find by grace our friendships in that one body on one accord, and with the elect drawn to the elect, defenders that will proclaim Christ and never deny him. And that's all I wanted to say, Elders. That's all I wanted to say about grace of the Most High.
Thank you, sister. We appreciate you. We appreciate you.
Bless you, Elder.
There it is, sunshine.
Praise
There
the Most
it
High.
is.
Oh, praise the
She went through her copious notes. One day we're going to have her on Zoom, because I'm sure that will be a sight to see with her breaking down her notes. All right, with that, this concludes our broadcast. Keep in mind the Hebrew Bible Academy is open for enrollments for the new academy. Please go early. Go to historytimes.org to enroll. That's right. In a few weeks, we're going to start with the creation of the universe, how all things was made, starting from the heavens. And keep in mind, folks, the earth came later. So we're really living in heaven's world. And I'm going to be going into that because we think this existence is really the existence of all existence, when really we are a product of the heavens. That and more we'll be going into in the Hebrew Bible Academy. Who is the synagogue of Satan will be a new lesson, and the mystery of the Essenes, the sons of Zadok, the royal priesthood that was set up under Aaron, leading to the Essenes. We're going to show you how the Essenes came to be and what is the information that came from, that's right, the Qumran caves. You got it. The mystery of the Essenes in our next Hebrew Bible Academy. With that, I'm going to say stay prayed up, sin not, and I'm going to end it with Rapaya Allah, I need you near. Where is he? Rapaya Allah. Raphael. Lord, I need you near. Shalom.
Now I'm sitting here home alone. Lord, I need a breakthrough. 'Cause I can't handle this on my own.
Thank you for using Blog Talk Radio.
I
Goodbye.
need you to rescue me.
Thank you, lawyer.
The time is winding up. And reality must be faced. Oh Lord, I need you near. Oh Lord, I need you near. Always there when I'm down. Time and time and again. Made me smile whenever I frown. You were my friend. Got in line when I couldn't see my way through. Oh Lord, I need you near. Oh, 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 oh Lord, I need you near. I want to be free, free. Lord, I need you near, yeah. I want to be free. Lord, I need you near, yeah. Oh Lord, I need you near. Who can love me like my mom? Hold my hand when I fall. Pick me up when I'm down. Say it's alright, son, keep on going. Feel like I lost the best part of me. And my life would never be the same. Oh Lord, please come near. Oh Lord, please sit by me. My mom would call me when she could. 'Cause life was very taxing. She always understood when my load was too heavy to hold. She said, son, I'm praying for you. Keep on pressing through.